Chapter 344. In the room that was filled with incense, wisps of invisible waves were emitted from the young man on the bed. They flowed slowly in the room, and when they came into contact with the wall that was made of special materials, they bounced back and slowly swam back to the young man's body. They turned into tiny wisps of soul energy and entered the young man's body. In the room, a giant purplish-black sword, a silver-blue needle, a 2-meter-long silver table, and a silver-blue zither floated in the air. Every wisp of soul energy that passed through the 4 weapons would be refined and condensed. The energy that was as thick as an arm was compressed to the thickness of a fingernail before it entered Yun Nuoxing's body. Boundless soul energy gushed out from between her eyebrows. There was even an ethereal aura that flowed in the room. It could not be seen, touched, or even sensed. It was all gushing towards Yun Nuoxing. Ziyin sat cross-legged across from Yun Nuoxing. The two of them were surrounded by the 4 weapons and absorbed the refined energy. Wisps of golden energy gushed out from Yun Nuoxing's body, while faint 5-colored energy flowed out from Ziyin's body. The 2 energies intersected in the void and formed a kind of balance, forming an extremely large amount of energy. The 2 energies were actually resonating with each other. Yun Nuoxing had told Ziyin that the divine physique and the 5 elements physique could resonate with each other. After some discussion, the divine king and the others felt that the 2 of them could cultivate together. They could learn from each other's strengths and make up for their weaknesses. The resonance between the 2 physiques would allow the 2 of them to sense the energy of heaven and earth more clearly, expand the range of their senses, and speed up their cultivation. Hearing this result, Ziyin did not think much of it. However, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face stiffened. Then he rolled his eyes. Seeing that she did not say anything, he naturally did not say anything either. Thus, the situation became like this. While cultivating, he indeed felt that his senses towards the energy of heaven and earth had become much sharper. The range of the energy that he could control had also increased. When cultivating, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort. While Yun Nuoxing was maintaining the cultivation between the 2 of them, she was also slowly recovering the strength of her soul. She had many pills on her, so she wasn't afraid that she couldn't heal it. What worried her was that if every time their souls merged, it would be like this time. That feeling, Yun Nuoxing trembled slightly when he thought of the pain. He knew that there was more than 1 soul fragment. He didn't know how many there were, and he didn't know where they were. He could only slowly search for them. Who asked him to be so unlucky that his soul had been separated? Phew! After a long time, Yun Nuoxing exhaled softly and opened her eyes. She felt that the dizziness in her mind had completely disappeared. Only then did she chuckle and say to herself, "This soul recovery pill is indeed not bad. However, an immortal grade pill seems to be a little too wasteful for me." He only searched the 2 rings carefully. He couldn't help but sigh. The preparations that Xian Yin had given him were so complete that it made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, none of them were low grade. Just the pills alone were of the highest grade. As for the immortal and saint grade pills, there were many of them. There were even peerless grade pills. Not to mention the other forging materials. If the items in these 2 rings were taken out, the world would go crazy. However, from this, it could be seen how much Xian Yin cared about him. Perhaps it was really as she said. If it weren't for that matter, she would have accompanied him through this lifetime. "Have you recovered?" Ziyin gently opened Mei Mao's eyes and asked with a smile. "Yes, I'm fine." Yun Nuoxing nodded. She stared at that pair of sparkling eyes. Her face was a little red, and she quickly looked away. "How is it?" Yun Nuoxing asked. Naturally, she was asking about her cultivation. "It's pretty good. I feel that it's a lot faster than when I was cultivating alone." Ziyin smiled sweetly. Then Mei Mao twirled around twice. Her jade-like hand stroked a strand of her long hair. She teased, "I feel little star's warmth. Little star, do you feel my warmth? Uft. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing directly spat out a mouthful of water, his scarlet cheeks trembling at high speed, and then his head stiffly turned to the side, cold sweat madly appearing on his forehead. He stuttered with a dry laugh. Nonsense! Nonsense! What nonsense are you talking about? Although he knew that Xian was right and that the two energies had their own aura, he still felt that it was a little strange when he heard it. Xian chuckled. She shifted her body and leaned on Yun Nuashing. Ever since her passionate confession, her actions with Yun Nuashing had become more intimate. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't reject her. After thinking about it, he decided to let her be. Yun Nuashing sighed. She adjusted her sitting position slightly so that she could lean on her more comfortably. Then, she took out the treasure map and carefully opened it. The room wasn't a few 100 feet long. Naturally, she couldn't unfold it in its original size. She could only turn it into the size of a normal map. On this treasure map, there were dozens of divine flames and devil lightning recorded. The first origin flame that he had subdued, the purple night dark flame, was found here. Since he wanted to find the things on the list, it was impossible for him to do it alone. Since that was the case, he could only rely on this mysterious map. Lifelike flames and lightning were drawn on the map. There were also some symbols that looked like weapons. However, Yun Nuashing hadn't been to those places before. He didn't know what was there. Godly flame. Yun Nuashing sighed. There were a total of 150 types of mystical flames that were born between heaven and earth on the godly flame list. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful. Just thinking about collecting these terrifying things made Yun Nuashing feel very tired. Not every type of divine flame was as easy to talk to as the purple night flame. They were willing to be subdued by you. There's a divine flame that's closest to us. Xian knew why he had opened the treasure map, so she also helped to search for it. Her lily-white hand paused on the red dot at their location for a moment, then moved away. She stopped at a spot not far away on the right and pointed at a light blue flame mark on her fingertips as she spoke softly. Maybe we should go take a look. Yun Nuashing also noticed the swaying light blue flame. After thinking about it, he decided to go. However, before going, he still wanted to take a look at Lihuan City. He was very concerned about the god of heaven's inheritance and the ruins of the gods. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing's eyes searched the right side of the red dot on the map. Lihuan City was east of Sea King City. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the name of Lihuan City on the map. Obviously, this city shouldn't have such a long history. The cities that were recorded on this map all had a long history. God of Heaven. Although he answered excitedly, Yun Nuashing shuddered at the thought of this level. Although the high and mighty gods had passed away, they still wouldn't allow anyone to blaspheme them. The restriction in the dojo was the best proof. Experts of that level were too far away from Yun Nuashing. Even Jin Jinwang and the others would be turned into ashes if they were to touch the restriction, let alone him. You said you want to go. Thinking of the consequences of triggering the restriction, Yun Nuashing's face trembled. Then he looked up to the sky and wailed, "How do we get in?" "Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there." After wailing, Yun Nuashing sighed again. With such a heartless thought, Yun Nuashing was too lazy to be nervous. Every day he cultivated. Occasionally, he would take a large group of people to go shopping. Outsiders who didn't know what was going on would think that some big shot had come out for a tour. There were also many people who recognized Yao Hua, Yuan Shi, and the others. After all, one of them was the divine son of the Light Temple, and the other was the young master of the Yuan family. Both of them were famous, and people recognized them, including the popular goddess Yu Shao in the crowd. It was hard not to attract attention. Due to the large group of people walking on the street, a certain star was miserable. When the group of people swept their eyes over him, it made him want to die. In the end, he had to leave the crowd behind. Or rather, he was taken away by Xian after wandering around leisurely for more than half a month. News came from the Lihuan city in the east for the first time. Because the Sea King city was in the middle of the sea, it was a little difficult to exchange information with the outside world. This news was estimated to have been around for a while. After receiving this news, Yun Nuashing and the others, who had just been shopping in high spirits, instantly flashed back to the Immortal Stone Square. Without saying anything, they pulled Jin Jinwang and the others away. Therefore, the people on the street just saw more than a dozen streams of light crash into the Immortal Stone Square, and dozens of light beams fly out. Then there was a loud noise from the dock. They saw the waves rise up to 1,000 meters high, flooding half of the dock like a tsunami. F***CK. Who is this? So wicked. Even if you're in a hurry, you shouldn't play like this. F***CK. On the dock, there were waves of complaints. A group of people who were drenched and cold stared at the departing Yun Nuashing and the others with sorrowful eyes. Can't we just open a portal and leave? Hearing the indistinct angry curses behind him, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and looked at Jin Jinwang and the others. The few god kings were stunned and did not say anything. Then they all turned to look at the water god king. Usually when they went out, he was in charge of these things. The water god king saw that the few old guys had turned to look at him. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He laughed awkwardly and said, "This old man didn't, I forgot to bring 2 more teleportation diagrams. They can't be teleported that far if they're engraved at the last minute. Based on the distance from here to Lihuan City, it will take half a month to engrave the array." "How long will it take to get there like this?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. It had already been half a month, and in the end, there was news that the seal had been broken. If they only went there now with Long Xianin, they wouldn't even be able to pick up the leftovers, let alone the divine god's inheritance. "It won't be too far." The water god king smiled calmly and said, "The Sea King city is not too far from Lihuan City. For people like us, we can get there in 10 or so days. If we get there in 10 or so days, there won't be anything left for you." Everyone roared. When they were about to leave, they realized that they didn't have any teleportation diagrams. Otherwise, why would they wait for half a month? If they had known this would happen, they would have set off half a month ago. If they only set off now, there might only be a mess left behind. Sigh. Yun Nuashing heaved a heavy sigh and rolled his eyes at the few god kings. Then he muttered with hidden bitterness, "If we go like this, we won't even be able to smell a fart." Then he sighed again. His gaze swept across everyone. He walked to Yao Hua's side and patted his shoulder. Then he narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "You know what to do, right?" Yao Hua shivered. His bright golden eyes turned, and he nodded with a hollow smile. Using the light element to travel was the most suitable method. There was no faster speed than this. Hold on tight. Close your eyes. Be careful of seasickness. Yun Nuashing roared. The light element erupted from his body. His entire body turned into a dazzling star. Yao Hua did the same thing, but his radiance looked a lot dimmer. The 2 light elements rushed into Long Xianin as soon as they appeared. The silver ship was dyed with a bright golden color. At the same time, everyone understood what the 2 were going to do. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They quickly laid down on the ship and closed their eyes. Then shwa! The sea surface splashed with thousands of zhang high waves. A golden light flashed across the horizon, accompanied by countless screams. Chapter 345. The distance between Lihuan City and Sea Monarch City was very far. It would take a god or underworld expert 4 to 5 months to fly there at full speed, and a netherworld king expert would need 10 to 8 days. As for the light element, if it was pushed to the speed of light, it would only take half a day to reach it, which meant that it would only take a few hours. Although a netherworld king expert could reach the speed of light with his own strength, he could not maintain it for a long time. The fastest speed in the world was light. In the sky, a golden and silver light streaked across at an extremely fast speed, causing the space to fluctuate. This was definitely the first time that Yun Nuo had pushed the light element to the extreme, and it had been maintained for a long time. Of course, without the help of Yao Hua, the two light elements had been pushed to the extreme, and he would not have been able to burst out as he wished. It was so fast that the people on the sea could only see a golden and silver comet streaking across the sky. After waiting for a few seconds, a gust of wind caught up from behind, causing those people to suffer an unexpected calamity. The boat turned into a flying ship in an instant. Lihuan City was located on the border between the northern wasteland and the eastern sea. However, it was quite a distance away from the eastern sea. It was also separated from the desolation of the northern wasteland. Lihuan City was located on a piece of lush green land with a radius of millions of miles. It was very beautiful. Apart from the pleasant scenery, its origin had also made it famous in the northern wasteland. Moreover, after this incident, it had become even more famous. Even the major regions had heard of its name. It was said that Lihuan City was a barren land in the beginning. There were two gods who fought here, and the energy left behind changed the environment, giving life to this barren land and making it habitable. Lihuan was the name of one of the gods. Millions of miles away from Lihuan City, a golden light flashed in the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, the golden light appeared in the sky above the forest with a gust of wind. A large silver ship flashed out like a comet and crashed into the ground. Boom! The huge dragon Xian silver ship crashed into the woodland, causing numerous cracks to appear on the ground. The ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Countless birds flew away in fright. Even the faintly discernible roars of beasts were suppressed. The silver ship smashed a huge hole in the ground, and the trees that were hundreds and thousands of feet tall were broken in the middle. It rolled rapidly on the ground, leaving behind a ditch and a huge hole that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. Cough! Cough! Little star, your landing method. Cough, it's not pass. Dizzy. So dizzy. There are so many stars in the sky. Ugh. Meteor falling. Ugh. Why is the world spinning? I'll sue you for driving without a license. As the ship stabilized, dust rose 1,000 meters into the air. In the center of the dust, there were a few helpless voices and a few retching sounds. Then, the dust was suddenly pulled and flew out, revealing the situation inside. The white-haired Yun Nuoxing rubbed his dizzy head. He took out a pill from his ring and threw it into his mouth. When his long hair regained some of its light purple color, he turned his head and saw a group of people lying on the overturned boat or on the ground like dried corpses. He couldn't help but laugh dryly. Ming Nizi, are you okay? Seeing Ziyan hugging Ming Ming tightly and lying on the edge of the boat with his eyes closed, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He hurriedly ran over, helped the two of them up, and asked, "What happened?" "I'm so dizzy." Ziyan opened her small mouth, but her eyes were still closed. It seemed like she hadn't fainted. However, after hearing her say that, Yun Nuoxing's face instantly froze. Even Ziyan, who had been by her side for a long time and had experienced the destruction of the light element several times, was confused and disoriented. It was obvious how difficult this landing was. "Big brother, are we in heaven?" Ming opened her eyes in a daze, only to see a vast expanse of white and black. She spoke in a daze, making Yun Nuoxing feel very awkward. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and quickly placed her hands on their foreheads. Wisps of spiritual power surged into Ziyan's forehead, calming her turbulent feelings. This time, he really couldn't be blamed. He had never tried traveling at the speed of light for more than 2 seconds, so he didn't know how to stop. He only felt that they were about to reach their destination, so he withdrew the light element in one breath, causing this tragic scene. "Yuan Shi, Qian Muling, are you all right?" After busying herself, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly put away the long Xian silver. The impact of the meteor crashing into the ground had probably spread to Lihuan City. Although she didn't know if people would come over to take a look out of curiosity, it was better to put it away to avoid causing any accidents. Fortunately, I won't die. Yuan, she lay on the ground, his eyes dark. He opened his mouth wide and kept retching, as if he wanted to vomit something out. There were dozens of tears on his robe, and a few leaves were stuck to his head. He looked very miserable. Little boy, big sister, is about to faint. Come and help me. Compared to him, Yuan Qian looked a little worse. Although she was a magic rank powerhouse, her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale at this moment. This was no longer a test of strength, but psychological problems and resistance to dizziness. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. She carried Zian and Mu Ling and hurriedly ran to her side, helped her up, and transferred some spiritual power to her. Only then did she feel better. Chirp! On Yun Nuoxing's head, the little phoenix raised its head in a daze, its two claws grabbing onto her long hair. It was also seeing stars and didn't know where it was. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and woke it up. After waking everyone up, Yun Nuoxing realized that there didn't seem to be enough people. Could it be that we were thrown out when we landed? Yuan, she said while supporting Yu Shao. Let's go back and take a look. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and hurriedly led everyone back along the huge trail. Along the way, they saw Yao Hua and the others. They were all dizzy, and the latter had even fainted. The light element in his body had been sucked dry, and he was unconscious. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing simply picked up a pen and then drew a few lines on his face before hanging it on her back with satisfaction. Everyone looked at Yao Hua's delicate face that had been drawn like a kitten, and they couldn't help but laugh out loud. My old waist was almost crippled. After running a circle and gathering everyone, Jin Jinwang couldn't help but knock on Yun Nuoxing's head, touched his waist, and said bitterly. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Bumping into a person at the speed of light, even a demigod would be paralyzed. Everyone looked at Yao Hua and chuckled for a while before ignoring him. After Jin Jinwang woke him up, he didn't say anything. He silently picked up a mirror and handed it to him. Ah! When Yao Hua glanced into the mirror, he suddenly screamed as if he had seen a ghost. The group took care of their own situation and rushed towards distant Seoul City, which was not far away. Although they had made an emergency landing, there was still some distance to go. However, they were already very close. That distance, under the lead of several divine kings, was not too far. The city gates of distant Seoul City were wide open, and there were no signs of damage. Everything was as good as new. Everyone entered the city without any surprises. Feeling the relaxed atmosphere, they were all stunned. Wasn't the restriction of the ruins open? Why wasn't there any tense atmosphere? Could it be that they had gone to the wrong place? Not long after entering distant Seoul City, Yun Nuoxing and the others had just rounded a street when his footsteps paused. This was because he saw a slightly familiar figure. Her white dress swayed in the wind, ethereal and refined. Her tranquil face was filled with indifference. It was Chu Yilian. Chu Yilian! Yun Nuoxing stood in the distance and said in surprise. Then everyone looked over. Yuan Qian cried out excitedly and ran over, throwing herself into Chu Yilian's arms. Sister Yilian, why are you here too? Yuan Qian smiled, suddenly being hugged. Chu Yilian cried out in surprise. When she heard that familiar voice, she came back to her senses. She pursed her lips and smiled. Turning around, she looked at Yuan Qian and smiled. Sister Qian Qian, aren't you here too? Looking at the two hugging flowers, Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook his head helplessly. Then he looked to the other side. He felt the aura of someone familiar. Smiling, he walked over. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the two, they looked left and right. When they saw Yun Nuoxing waving his hand, they simply stood there and did not move. Instead, it was Zian who ran over. Distant Seoul City was surrounded by many ancient trees. The streets were bustling with traffic and shops. The scenery was beautiful. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing stopped and turned his head. Ming also curiously turned his little head and looked over. Then he said softly, "Brother Lu Yi is here." "And Wang Qin." Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "Even they are here. Looks like distant Seoul City is really something." Yun Nuoxing was not in a hurry to greet them. He walked forward again and stopped in front of a stone shop. He walked in and went straight to the second floor. He saw a handsome man in a dazzling golden robe. There was also a man with a devilish face. A pair of sharp ears made his whole face look very handsome. Yun Nuoxing walked forward and smiled. He reached out and patted the two of them. He smiled and said, "Hey, you guys are here too." Little brother Nuoxing. Jin Hung and Yao Ling were stunned. Hearing this familiar voice, they turned their heads and saw Yun Nuoxing. They smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "You are here too. You are all here for the Divine Training Hall, right?" Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said with a smile, "Yes, of course. It's good to broaden my horizons, although I didn't expect to get that damn inheritance. Speaking of which, Jin Jinwang is here too. Do you want to meet him?" Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted Jin Hung on the shoulder. Hearing this, Jin Heng's smile froze. Chapter 346. The King of Gods is here too? Jin Hung laughed dryly. He was a little surprised. What was Jin Jinwang's status? He was only one level lower than the Great Elder. Usually, he did not go out much and only focused on training the 9 heroes of the 9 divine temples. The entire divine temple knew that and did not care about him at all. Why did he go out today? Could it be that he was bored in the divine temple and came out to get some fresh air? Yes, the 8 King of Gods are here. Don't you know? Yun Nuoxing nodded. Seeing his dull face, he could not help but be stunned. Jin Jinwang and the others came out of the divine temple to fight the Tana's water god temple. How could he not know about such a big event? The King of Gods and the others are all here. Jin Heng's expression was even more dull. He looked at Yun Nuoxing in disbelief. He did not know what wind was blowing today that brought the 8 famous King of Gods here. Speaking of which, a few great demons of the demon clan are also here. It seems that even the strong people of the older generation are paying attention to the Tianqin Taoist Hall. The demon's pointed ears moved slightly as he said softly. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. The inheritance of Tianqin made many people excited. It was normal for the older generation to come. But in that case, the younger generation would not have anything to do. After all, they could not snatch it and could only stare at it. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing saw a gray figure in the corner walking around a few stones. That beard was unkempt and looked a little wretched. He was stunned. Wasn't this Qing Feng who left first after coming out of the Tana's water god temple? This old guy is here too. Looking at the figure, Yun Nuoxing muttered, after coming out of the Tana's water god temple. Qing Feng disappeared. He did not expect that he would come to this place to join in the fun. Qing Feng, who was far away, seemed to feel something and slowly turned his head back. When he saw Yun Nuoxing glaring at him, he could not help but stare blankly. His old face trembled before he flew over like the wind and pulled Yun Nuoxing to the side at lightning speed. The few of them stared blankly at him, but Xian, who had seen him before, calmly stood there without moving. "Little brother, it's fate that we met. Let's take the eternal divine weapon and go to the underground ruins together." Qing Feng smirked and said softly. Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows twitched when she heard that. She said no. That divine master's dojo has a restriction, and I don't know which divine master it is. I'm not interested in its inheritance. TSK, you brat won't release the hawk until you see the hare. Qing Feng disapprovingly curled her lips. If you are not interested, what are you doing here? No, I'm just here to take a look and broaden my horizons, Yun Nuoxing said firmly. Qing Feng's old face trembled. He glared at him and looked around. Then he whispered in his ear, "Brat, Do you know which divine master's dojo this is? I don't know. Yun Nuashing answered simply. Let me tell you, that's the dojo of Divine Master Glaze. Divine Master Glaze? Yun Nuashing was stunned. In his mind, a big tree rooted in a lotus appeared. He remembered that the glaze pagoda in Qing Feng's hand had an imprint of a lotus tree engraved on it. That was the weapon of Divine Master Glaze. Nonsense, you didn't go in, which means that the restriction has not been lifted. If you didn't go in, how do you know that it's the dojo of Divine Master Glaze? Yun Nuashing frowned. The Glaze Pagoda was a high-level eternal divine weapon. It was of a higher level than Jin Wang's golden vase. Its strength was unfathomable. Someone came out alive and said that he saw the imprint of the lotus tree. Also, don't forget which eternal divine weapon I have. Qing Feng said indifferently. Speaking of which, how did you get the glazed pagoda? Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course it's from digging. Cough. Brat, are you going or not? Qing Feng shut his mouth as soon as he spoke. He blew his beard and glared at Yun Nuashing. He quickly changed the topic. You haven't said which inheritance of Divine Master Glaze it is. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and said with a smile, the celestial glaze, God's divine power, was unrivaled. Throughout his life, he had created several profound techniques that shook the world. However, only 2 of them were recorded in detail, the glaze, treasure mirror, and the nirvana divine art. However, no one had ever found the inheritor of these 2 profound techniques. It was as if they had been annihilated in history, along with the celestial glaze, God himself. How would I know? You said that you didn't go in. How would you know which inheritance it is? Qing Feng raised his eyebrows and said, but no matter which inheritance of Divine Master Glaze it is extremely rare. Yun Nuashing smiled. He had to admit these words. Every heavenly deity was the strongest in the world, invincible. Some people even suspected that in every generation, only a single person would be able to ascend to the peak and become a heavenly deity, transcending the 9 heavens and becoming a heavenly deity. In other words, every divine master was the most powerful person in that generation. Because, looking back at the recorded history after the Age of Darkness, some sharp-eyed people found that there didn't seem to be 2 divine masters in the same generation. Are you going or not? Seeing that Yun Nuashing didn't respond, Qing Feng couldn't help but pat him and urge him. Do you know the entrance? Yun Nuashing asked in return. Hee, more or less, I know a little. Qing Feng saw that he showed signs of loosening up and quickly smiled. I know a little, but I do need a little help, especially an eternal weapon. Even though I have the glaze pagoda in my hands, it is not used to deal with restrictions. What? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Just say if you're going or not. Qing Feng patted his head unhappily and urged again. She was too lazy to explain, which made Yun Nuashing speechless. Tell me what you're going to do first, and then I will make a decision. Yun Nuashing curled his lips and didn't say if he was going or not. His dilly-dallying made Qing Feng want to slap him to death. That year, there was an influential person who came to Lihun City to search. No, it should be said that the influential person traveled all over the divine continent to search for traces of Divine Master Glaze. According to the ancient records, that person's last stop was at Lihun City. I more or less know the route he took and followed all the way. I didn't expect that it was really at Lihun City, Qing Feng said with a little excitement. Influential person? Who is it? Why don't I know about it? Yun Nuashing scratched his head and tried to find the person that matched the description from the pile of books in his mind. He had already figured out about 50 to 60% of the ancient books, but he did not associate it with any particular person. It would be strange if you know about it. Qing Feng rolled her eyes at him and said, Didn't I say that it was the only ancient book, and it was something that happened more than 10 epochs ago? When Yun Nuashing heard it, he laughed. The books in his library were all things that happened in the mythological era. It was something that happened more than 10 epochs ago. It would be strange if he knew about it. Who is that influential person? Yun Nuashing asked. It is the light god king of the first 4 generations. Yao Li, what? The light god king of the first 4 generations. Yun Nuashing's face twitched and slowly took a breath to calm down the shock in his heart. This name was too resounding. Just the title of God King was enough to explain everything. More than 10 epochs ago, at the beginning of the late ancient era, his name had already shaken the entire divine continent, and his name had spread throughout the entire god's realm. He was invincible, and there was even hope that he could transcend and become a god. However, it has already been more than 10 epochs, and he finally came to the northern wastelands. I think that he would most likely be buried here. Qing Feng sighed. There was an inexplicable taste in her words. That year, the strong person that illuminated several eras actually came to an end at the end of his life. Humans. Yun Nuashing sighed. In the end, nothing could escape the trial of time. According to the records that Qing Feng found, Yao Li had indeed come to Lihuan City and left behind clues that pointed to the underground. There were many ancient tombs in Lihuan City where a family was buried. It was said that they were the descendants of the god of Glaze, and there were also some who said that they were its inheritors. In short, they had already perished in this city and only left behind a graveyard. All right, let's go together. Call everyone. Yun Nuashing finished listening and nodded her head. She immediately turned back to call everyone. What? Wait a moment. Kid, the big forces behind you are all here? When Qing Feng heard, he was stunned for a moment before he quickly pulled her back and muttered, "And God King and the rest are all here." However, this time Elder Yu Qing and the rest did not come. They said that they can rest assured with them following us, and there is no need to send more people. Yun Nuashing nodded her head and said, "However, Yuan Qi and the rest still came. They followed Yuan Qian like a few small tails. I will go." Qing Feng's face suddenly changed. He thought that it was only Yun Nuashing and the rest who came. He did not expect that when he moved a group of people came. What's wrong? Can't God King and the rest go? If Jin Jinwang was here 2 generations ago, we can ask God King and the rest for more detailed questions. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and did not know why his face suddenly changed. Sigh, there are so many adults in your family. If they want to get a share of the loot after going down, wouldn't I suffer a big loss? Qing Feng muttered, and Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. So this guy was worried about his own interests. What do you know? The restriction has not been lifted yet, and the most important thing is to have the initiative. If I can go down first, all the things there will be mine. I have no other choice but to drag the few of you along now. Feeling Yun Nuashing's disdainful gaze, Qing Feng was instantly unhappy. Originally, even if he dragged Yun Nuashing and the rest along, it would only be a few more people sharing the loot. However, it was a group of people who came together, and not just a few people. With such a large number of people, the treasure would be divided up in an instant. Good things should be shared. Yun Nuashing smiled, his white teeth shining. He could understand Qing Feng's mood. Thinking back to the Mu Ingzi's relics, didn't they all fall into his pocket? Thinking about it now, he could not help but laugh. Forget it, forget it. Just take it that I am unlucky and sell you a favor. Seeing this, Qing Feng rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Yun Nuashing grinned and turned to walk towards Xian and the rest. Behind him, Qing Feng rolled his eyes and followed with a little displeasure. Who asked him to need another eternal weapon now? So he could only follow them. Yun Nuashing, who had just walked back, was stunned for a moment because he found that there was one more person. Her presence was not strong, and she was silent. She had a cute baby face, and her black dress made her look cold. It was Yuan Qian's acquaintance, the goddess of Nightmare Hall Mengyan. At this time, Meng Yan was standing quietly behind them. She did not speak or move like a rag doll. Her presence was very weak. If Yun Nuoxing did not feel that there was a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him, he would not have noticed it himself. Beside Jin Heng and the rest, the divine son of the Tianyuan clan also came. Just now, the two of them were strolling around the second floor. Now that they came out, they smiled and greeted Yun Nuoxing when they saw him. Yun Nuoxing brought Qing Feng and Zian and the rest to say a few words. After a simple introduction, he led them out of the stone workshop and then walked back to the original place. He patted the willow leaf and smiled. "Brother Lu Yi, you are also here." "Little brother, it's really you. I thought I saw wrongly." Lu Yi and Wang Chen were both stunned. Then they both laughed and patted each other on the shoulder, laughing loudly. Now Wang Chen had also embarked on the path of cultivation. He followed Lu Yi to cultivate in Liao Tiange. His speed was not slow. In just a few months, he actually had the strength of a deity heart. This trip was to follow Lu Yi out for a walk. However, they did not think about what they could do in there. It was very dangerous there. With just the two of them, one of them was at the immortal stage, and the other was not even at the mortal stage. There are more and more people. Qing Feng complained unhappily. Chapter 347. Leading a group of people, they wandered back to Jin Jinwang and the others. Everyone saw that Yun Nuoxing and the other two went out and returned with 9 people. Suddenly, they felt a little speechless. How come there were a few more people after going out for a while? Chu Yilian and Yuan Qian were not surprised. Obviously, they already knew that they were here. After the former saw Yun Nuoxing, she smiled. Her snow-white robe dazzled people's minds. She smiled and said, "Little brother Nuoxing is also here." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and looked at Chu Yilian with a little doubt in his eyes. He frowned. After not seeing her for a few months, he felt a little familiar aura from the latter. But when he wanted to investigate, he could not remember where exactly he felt it. Everyone looked at him and could not help but be stunned. Then they looked at Chu Yilian and saw that her pretty face was full of embarrassment. They were stunned again and turned their heads to see that Yun Nuoxing's brows were almost twisted. A feeling of doubt surged in their hearts, not knowing what was wrong with him. "Little brother Nuoxing, what's wrong with Yilian?" Chu Yilian finally could not stand being stared at. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and a voice like the sound of nature was softly heard, with a hint of rhythm. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He laughed and turned his gaze away, saying nothing. "I feel that you are very similar to someone, but I can't remember who you are like." After saying that, he even pulled his long hair and pondered in distress. He could not stop muttering, making everyone look at each other. Let's not talk about it. Let's go and look for the inheritance, quickly." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and threw that bitter thought out of his mind. He then looked at Qing Feng and said. Qing Feng nodded her head and led everyone out of Li Hun City with everyone else following behind. "Senior Divine King, do you know where the light Divine King of the previous 4 generations went?" On the way, Yun Nuoxing asked Jin Jinwang. Since this matter was related to him, it would be more straightforward to ask the Divine King and the others directly. The first 4 generations. When Jin Jinwang heard that, he froze for a moment before frowning. His thoughtful look made Yun Nuoxing slightly happy. It seems that he knew something. Even Qing Feng, who was walking in front, slowed down her pace and pricked up her ears to listen. The light god king of the first 4 generations was named Yao Li. He was a peerless expert of that generation. It was said that he had never tasted defeat since his debut. He advanced with great success. It's hard to say what level his cultivation had reached. It was said that he could ascend to godhood. He was the most powerful person of that generation. The whereabouts of every generation's divine king of the Light Temple were a little confusing. After they reached middle age, they would go on a journey alone and go far away. No one knew why. Even the elders of the Light Temple were not clear. although they were called divine kings like us. The light god king was the temple master of the light temple. Every succeeding light god king would end up disappearing from the face of the earth. It was said that, in his later years, Yao Li chased after something and went to the starry sky. When the world saw him again, it was already millions of years later, but no one knew what he was looking for. Someone finally saw his figure in the northern wastelands. After that, there was no after. Jin Jinwang scratched his head and finished speaking intermittently. He then looked at the water god king and the beautiful woman, as if to ask if he was right. We know more or less. For this matter, it would be faster to ask little Yao Hua. The beautiful woman shook her head and looked at Yao Hua. Me. Yao Hua was stunned. He pointed at himself with a face full of astonishment. If not you, who would you ask? You're the divine son of the light temple. Don't tell me you don't know anything. Yun Nuoxing glared at him and said. Yao Hua smiled embarrassedly. He thought for a while and said, What the divine king said is similar to what I know. We also don't know what the previous divine kings did in their later years. But every generation's light god king went out, and if only one weapon flew back in the end, we knew that the divine king had most likely died. There was no other information. They seemed to be chasing the path taken by a divine spirit. As for which divine spirit, I don't know. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's face became serious. He remembered that when he was in the underground grotto, he saw the handwriting left by a light god king on the wall. That was the previous light god king, who now called himself light god king. After leaving his mark in the underground grotto, he disappeared. The divine kings never saw him again. Even half a year ago, when Yun Nuoxing was at the meeting of the 9 divine temples, the one who attended was the light god king of this generation. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and told her about this matter. Old Yao F** King went to the underground grotto. Unexpectedly, when Yun Nuoxing said this, the 8 divine kings were shocked. They all jumped up and looked at Yun Nuoxing with eyes full of disbelief. Such a big reaction frightened him. He went at the beginning of the 139th era. Jin Jinwang and the others frowned. No matter how they thought about it, they could not think of a reason. In the end, they just sighed and shook their heads, indicating that they did not care. Let's talk about it when we see him again. Jin Jinwang finally sighed and said helplessly. Everyone looked at each other and simply ignored him. In the outskirts of Lihuan City, in front of the forest, an empty plot of land abruptly appeared. Numerous tombstones were erected on the hillside, and on the hillside, an ancient towering tree exuded an aura of life. Its gigantic shade enveloped the rows of tombstones. This was a burial ground. In the wilderness, there were many experts roaming about, all of them searching for ancient tombs. Meanwhile, at the highest point of this burial ground, beside that tree, there was a pitch-black cave entrance. From time to time, 2 streaks of multicolored light would erupt, rushing into the horizon and illuminating the sky. That was the entrance to the tomb that was first discovered. However, it was full of restrictions. Even if I had the lapis lazuli pagoda, I could not force my way in. That restriction does not recognize anyone, and it is definitely a complete divine spirit array. Anyone who is not a divine spirit would die. Qing Feng pointed at the place where the rays of light shot into the sky and said with a serious expression. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he looked over and could not help but take a deep breath. With the current strength of his soul, he could naturally feel that every ray of light that shot out contained an unusually large amount of energy. With his current strength, he would definitely die if he touched it. Then what should we do? We can't use this cave entrance. Do we have to find another way in? Yun Nuoxing frowned and asked, Smart kid. Qing Feng nodded with a smile and said, However, this area of the city has been searched countless times recently. If there is really another way, it should have been found. Everyone was stunned. Was there no other way? Looking at the situation now, since there was no news of it, there were only 2 possibilities. First, they found another way and went in. Second, they found another way, but it did not work either. What idea do you have? Jin Wang looked at Qing Feng and asked, "Why don't we blow this place up?" Qing Feng waved his hand and grinned. "I'm really glad that we don't have any relatives or friends buried here. Otherwise, with this wave of your hand, we wouldn't even know where to go to pay our respects in the future." Everyone glared at him fiercely. What kind of rotten idea was this? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He knew that this was a joke. Since Qing Feng said that he needed to use his moon platform or Xianlong Qin, then his purpose was not to flatten this place. Otherwise, one lapis lazuli pagoda was enough. Why would he need another divine weapon? Haha, just kidding. Qing Feng smiled and waved his hand. Then he looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled. "Little brother, lend me the divine weapon for a while. I will deduce where the entrance to the gate of life is." "Deduce?" Yun Nuoxing repeated and then suddenly understood. Just like Xianyin's divine statue deduction, this kind of secret method could be used to deduce the possible future. But this time, the deduction was not used to see the future. It was only used to divine the path to take. It was similar to the methods of the celestial masters. After thinking about it, Yun Nuoxing was relieved. He took out Ling Hong's sword and threw it to Qing Feng. After receiving Ling Hong's sword, Qing Feng's face twitched. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and said helplessly, "What I want is an eternal weapon, not a divine weapon. This level is not enough now." "You said that you want a divine weapon." Yun Nuoxing took back Ling Hong's sword and muttered in grievance. Qing Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't he just emphasize that he wanted to borrow an eternal weapon after keeping Ling Hong's sword? A light flashed behind Yun Nuoxing's back. He took out the Tai-yin Tai and waved his hand to let it float over. When the Tai-yin Tai appeared, a vast pressure emerged. That kind of pressure made everyone want to kneel down, and even their stomachs were spinning. This was under the condition that no one was activating it. If someone was deliberately activating it, presumably this world would be crushed by this 20 feet long Tai-yin Tai. When the Tai-yin Tai appeared, there was a flash of light on Qing Feng's body. A pagoda floated out from his body and automatically resisted the pressure. This made everyone feel a little better. When Qing Feng received the Tai-yin Tai, he smiled bitterly. Originally, he wanted the Xianlong Qin. After all, the level of the Tai-yin Tai was not as high as the former. If he used it as a deduction medium, the success rate and accuracy would be higher. However, he saw that Yun Nuoxing seemed to have no intention of taking out the Xianlong Qin. He could not say anything and could only make do with the Tai-yin Tai. Qing Feng did not delay and sat down cross-legged in the forest. The lapis lazuli pagoda and the lunar platform floated beside him. Small arrays and spells floated out from the void. The two eternal divine weapons were like two small suns as they revolved around him. Seeing that he had started to deduce, everyone spread out a little. They stared at the surrounding situation and helped to guard him so that no one would disturb him. For this kind of deduction, it was taboo to be disturbed in the middle. If one was not careful, the mind would be disturbed. If it was light, there would be a backlash. If it was serious, one's mind would be obliterated. However, it was estimated that no one would provoke a person with two eternal weapons. If there was, it was purely seeking death. Boom! Suddenly, there was a muffled explosion at the end of the sky. A strong wind of energy swept across the sky, causing the forest to sway. Everyone was stunned for a moment and then turned to look at the source of the sound. In the sky, two figures were rapidly clashing. Every time they made contact, there would be a crisp sound of metal clashing. A green flame bloomed with brilliant colors like fireworks, causing Yun Nuoxing to blink. "It's Qing Xian," Yun Nuoxing said faintly. He once had a peaceful exchange with Qing Xian of the Qinghai Palace. At that time, he used this kind of green flame. Coupled with this aura, he recognized the person immediately. The god of the Qinghai Palace. Who is the other person? How can he compete with him? Yuan, she said with a little surprise. Oh, it's a master from the demon clan. I feel a little of the demon clan's aura. The demon's spirit twitched his pointed ears to sense and said, Which demon is it? Yuan Qian pursed her lips and smiled, causing the demon's spirit to be speechless. However, although they said that they still paid a little attention to prevent them from fighting here, it would be fun if they disturbed Qing Feng's deduction. Chapter 348. When the Golden God King and the others saw that it was a matter of the younger generation, they couldn't be bothered with it. After all, they were here to bring Yao Hua and the others out for training. Unless some of the older generation figures were to step in, they wouldn't bother about it. Let the younger generation settle their own matters. I want to beat him up. Yun Nuoxing clenched his fists, stared straight at Qing Xian, and said faintly, Qi Haoyu and Qing Xian were sworn brothers. The former had said that he would take Yun Nuoxing's life, which meant that there would be a battle between the three. Although Yun Nuoxing always had the power of the divine tool, he also said that there was no need to take out the divine tool unless it was a strong enemy that could not be resisted. Although he had always been fighting against the strong of the god level, so he was used to using the divine tool. Little boy, if you make a move, you can defeat all the geniuses of the younger generation. Is that really okay? Yuan Qian wiped the sweat from her forehead and wiped it for Qing Xian. Once the Ling Hong sword was out, even the King of Hell experts would have to retreat, let alone them. No, there is no need to use those in a battle between equals. I will fight fairly unless the opponent suppresses me with his realm or weapon. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and smiled. The divine kings rolled their eyes. Who was suppressing who? Although they thought so, Jin Jinwang and the others still nodded. Weapons were ultimately external objects. Well, although weapons were the means to receive the spirit of the divine body, one's own strength was still very important. Always relying on weapons wouldn't make one a strong expert. Really? Yuan Qian and the others were a little doubtful. They looked at him and asked, Of course, I will use a sword. Yun Nuoxing grinned and took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Then he inserted it into the ground and nodded to everyone. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the Netherworld Ruin Sword and then covered their faces. Oh my God, this is another divine tool. You still have the nerve to say that you will use a sword. Ah, yes, it is a sword. But the problem is that the level of this sword is too high. This was absolute suppression. I don't think it's a big deal. Ruin. This sword is my life weapon. It appeared in this world with me. If I had to leave behind only one weapon, I would choose this. Yun Nuoxing smiled. She gently stroked the Ruin Underworld sword and smiled gently. When the Nethervoid sword heard this, it actually became a little bashful and embarrassed like a little girl. It said, Why are you being so emotional? I'm just telling the truth. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Everyone was dumbfounded, other than Xian and the others. Almost everyone stared at the Netherworld Ruins sword with their eyes wide open. Then they touched their ears. They seemed to have heard the sword speak just now. Did I hear wrongly? He must have heard wrongly. Silly, muttered the Nethervoid sword as it tapped Yun Nuoxing's head with its hilt. Everyone's jaws dropped. This time they really heard it. That's right, it was indeed the sword that spoke. Oh my God, what is going on? Seeing everyone's dumbfounded expression, Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly and didn't explain anything. She looked at Qing Xian again with a cold glint in her eyes. Although she wanted to rush up and interfere or fight, Qing Xian and Qing Xian were fighting fiercely in the sky. As they fought, they moved horizontally in the sky. Soon, they swept over to Lihuan City and disappeared. Let's go. Yun Nuoxing retracted her gaze from the sky and said indifferently, Boom! Just as she finished speaking, in the sky, there seemed to be thousands of soldiers and horses roaring. Dozens of strange beasts stepped on the clouds and brought along a piece of the starry sky. Each of the strange beasts carried a young man. They turned into streams of light and flashed past. The rumbling sound made the sky tremble a few times. Howl! A loud howl pierced through the clouds. A huge brown warship flew over. It was thousands of feet long and covered the sun. It cast a huge shadow, and a faint brown light shone faintly. Roar! In the sky, a huge dragon streaked across the sky. Its huge dragon eyes were like two suns, shining with a fierce light. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, causing the demonic beasts in the forest to tremble. The wings that extended thousands of feet shook the air, causing the entire forest to shake. The fierce wind blew everyone's robes up, making Yun Nuashing envious and jealous. Chirp! On the contrary, the little phoenix on Yun Nuashing's head let out an unhappy cry. Just now, when the gale rushed over, it almost made it roll down from Yun Nuashing's head. As a divine beast, when had it been so awe-inspiring, even though it was still young? One Yuan Hall, first Dawn Palace, and that. Yuan, she looked at the three groups that flew past and was stunned for a moment. His eyes emitted a shocking light, but when he mentioned the dragon, he couldn't recognize which group it was. I guess it's the 7 Stars Palace. I saw 7 shining stars. Jin Jinwang thought for a while and said, 12 astral palaces. When Yun Nuashing heard the first 2 names, she found them familiar. It wasn't until Jin Jinwang mentioned them that she finally realized. Wan Yuan Hall, First Dawn Palace, 7 Stars Palace, and the other 9 forces were known as the 12 astral palaces. Although this name was given to them by the people of the world, there wasn't much of a connection between these 12 forces. If one had to point out something, it would be that these 12 forces were all related to the starry skies. In the sky, a comet with a long tail of light swept across the sky at high speed. Wherever the light passed, the space around it would distort slightly. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, causing Yun Nuashing to feel the energy in her body churning. The Constellation's Palace is here as well. Yuan Qian looked at the comet in surprise. She couldn't help but say, "What kind of wind is blowing today?" For of the 12 astral palaces that have never appeared before are already here. Are the remaining 8 still on their way? Wang. As soon as she finished speaking, a constellation diagram suddenly unfolded in the sky. The scene that unfolded was very strange, as though the universe was evolving. It was as though they were witnessing the moment the universe was born, and also the scene of stars twinkling. The astral pavilion. Everyone was speechless as they watched the constellation diagram gradually disappear into the distance. When the sky brightened up again, everyone exchanged glances. Something's not right. Jin Jinwang scratched his head and mumbled to himself. When he was at the water god's temple in Tanas, he didn't see so many forces appear. There were only 5 of them, and the rest were all independent cultivators. But now, before they even entered the training hall, they already saw 5 major forces. Many of them are juniors. I can sense a very strong life force, and there's no sense of age, the beautiful woman said. Since they're all juniors, are they here to fight and determine who's stronger and who's weaker, and to elect the strongest expert in the divine prefecture? The Water God King said calmly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They all looked at Yun Nuashing at the same time, and their eyes flickered with complicated emotions. Yun Nuashing was a little embarrassed by everyone's gazes. She waved her hand and said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not interested in being the strongest person." He knew what everyone meant. He had just said that if he really participated, there would be no problem for him to win. Just Ling Hongjian alone would be enough. However, he wasn't interested in this kind of thing and this kind of meaningless title. The possibility of him being hunted down by others was higher. It's not that the old guys didn't come. They just didn't show up. They're fighting for the inheritance of a god. The younger generation will lead the way first. Yuan, she licked his lips. The surging immortal qi in his body surged, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Yun Nuashing wasn't interested. but it didn't mean that he wasn't. The training ground hasn't been found yet, so I don't think anyone will make the first move. They still have to save their strength to resist the restrictions. Yuan Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, "Brother, if you go like this, you'll probably be beaten up." Yuan Shui poured a basin of cold water on Yuan Shi's heart. The latter pursed his lips and was a little unconvinced. He was an expert of the 8th layer of the mortal realm, standing at the same level as Jin Hung and the others. How could he be beaten up? I want to go and fight too. Yun Nuoxing clenched her fists and suddenly felt that her fists were itching. She wanted to grab something and beat it up. Everyone was frightened. Don't! Please don't! Do you have to be so against me? Yun Nuoxing curled her lips and didn't say anything. She was just saying it. All the elites laughed. When you make a move, you can easily destroy cities and villages and destroy the heaven and earth. Which elite has the ability to take one blow from you and become a god? You should just focus on recuperating. Things like making a move. Just let us do it. It's decided. It's very vague and there's only one range. Suddenly, Qing Feng, who had been deducing, opened his eyes and said, "Let's go. Boys, let's move. Don't fall behind." With a wave of his hand, he returned the tie-in stage to Yun Nuoxing. Seeing the excited crowd, he laughed and took the lead to fly into the distance. Everyone quickly followed behind. There were many tombs around Lihuan City. Those who were conscious were also occupying and searching for tombs, but they were all far away from the cave that was emitting rays of light, for fear that they would be contaminated and end up with their souls scattered. And Yun Nuoxing and the others rushed straight to a large cemetery that was not occupied by anyone. Some people saw them landing here. Seeing that there were so many of them, they all paused and struggled for a long time before retreating far away and flying in another direction. "Are you sure it's here?" Just as they landed, Yun Nuoxing felt a chill in her body. She quickly gathered her clothes and turned her head to ask Qing Feng, "Based on my years of experience of wandering around a certain place, it is definitely not wrong." Qing Feng nodded and smiled. A certain place? Everyone was surprised. After thinking for a while, they more or less understood what a certain place was. After that, their gaze suddenly became strange as they stared at Qing Feng. Looking at him, they felt goosebumps. In this large cemetery, there were many tattered tombstones that gave off a sense of time. Qing Feng held the pagoda and closed his eyes to carefully sense it. He led everyone to walk around the numerous tombstones until they reached an open space before stopping and looking at him. Qing Feng closed his eyes and moved his fingers around. Finally, he led everyone to a black tree. His eyes suddenly opened and he pointed his finger over. There was some joy on his face as he shouted, "Here!" However, when he opened his eyes and saw where he was pointing, his face immediately froze. Not only him. Everyone who saw it also stared with their eyes wide open. Are you trying to turn us into rats? Drill a hole in the tree?" Yun Nuoxing looked at the tree. At the root of the tree, there was a very small hole that was just big enough to fit a head. Qing Feng's finger was pointing straight at that hole. His meaning was self-evident. But such a small hole, how are you going to drill it? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and smiled. The netherworld ruins sword appeared in his hand. Everyone saw his appearance and then looked at the purplish black sword. They were stunned for a moment and suddenly turned pale with fright. They quickly retreated, leaving him alone within 100 meters. Ming was still huddled in Yun Nuoxing's arms. Seeing everyone run away, his small face changed slightly. However, when he wanted to struggle out from Yun Nuoxing's arms, he was hugged tightly. His small face immediately turned bitter. Boom! It was as violent as ever. Everyone only saw a purplish black light flash, and then a huge pillar of light shot up into the sky from the bottom of the tree. The majestic energy overturned the surrounding dozens of meters of ground, and a few layers were scraped off. So violent, everyone could not help but mutter. Chapter 349. If we don't use violence, we'll drill a hole. Within the dust, Yun Nuashing shrugged and waved his hand to suppress the dust. Then he hugged little Ming tightly and retreated. When the dust settled, a huge hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was at least a few feet deep. Although they were mentally prepared, they still didn't expect that a casual blow would create such a huge hole. Moreover, in the center of the hole, there was only darkness. Rumble. A thunderous sound came from the huge hole. The rumbling sound could be heard from afar. Rays of light came from below, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. However, when they took a closer look, they heaved a sigh of relief. This ray of light was much thinner than the one on the other side, and its destructive power was not as great. At least, it was many times safer. Yun Nuashing walked to the side of the hole and stretched his neck to look down. He activated his evil spirit eye and could see very deep down. There was a layer of lightning barrier. The energy contained within it made Yun Nuashing's scalp tingle. Even from afar, he felt that it could charge up and blast him to pieces. There's a seal, but it's not too strong. At least, it's many times weaker than the one on the other side. Yun Nuashing nodded. He had a rough idea of what was going on. He waved his hand to the crowd and shouted, "Move away! I'm going to open the seal." When everyone heard this, they were speechless. However, they still retreated. They seemed to be a little worried. After retreating 1,000 meters, they looked at each other and retreated even further. They only stopped when they could no longer see Yun Nuashing. Seeing that everyone was avoiding him like a snake or a scorpion, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. It was impossible to use a gentle method to break the seal. It was difficult to adjust the violent energy. The fastest way was to use an equally large amount of energy to cancel it out. In his arms, Ming patted him with his little hand. When he looked down, he saw a small face with a small mouth. He could not help but laugh. He reached out and pinched it, saying, "Don't worry." "Big brother," little Ming mumbled. He gritted his 2 shiny canine teeth and nodded. He was no longer that nervous. Yun Nuashing smiled. She took a deep breath and tossed the Netharuan sword into the sky. Her hands formed a seal with lightning speed. Astral energy surged out from her body and surged into the Netharuan sword, condensing into an enormous sword that was 3,000 meters long. It resonated with the Netharuan sword, and a destructive energy spread out, causing the faces of Jin Wang and the others to twitch. They knew that this place was probably going to be destroyed again. Sword God technique. Divine sword suppresses the earth. Yun Nuashing's rapidly changing hand seals paused for a moment. She waved her palm downwards, and a loud shout rang out. The enormous energy sword hanging above her head trembled slightly, and then it pierced downwards with the Netharuan sword. The destructive wind caused countless cracks to appear on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. As soon as she shouted, Yun Nuashing retreated with lightning speed with Ming in her arms. She also took Jin Wang and the others with her. The light element surged, and they retreated to a distant place in the blink of an eye. They looked at the enormous energy sword from afar as it slowly descended. Boom! The enormous energy sword cleaved the ground as if it was tofu. Before the sword arrived, the destructive wind caused the ground to sink several dozen meters. Cracks as thick as several people spread out, as if there was an earthquake. A moment later, the tip of the sword pierced towards the layer of lightning. Bang! Rumble! Multicolored light erupted from the ground, enveloping the enormous energy sword. From afar, it looked like a colorful torch. The vast energy brought with it waves of destruction as it churned underground, turning the ground upside down. Abyss after abyss spread out, and the terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to collapse. Ripples also appeared in the pitch-black void. With such a huge commotion, it was impossible to cover it up. The moment the torches rose into the sky, countless gazes shot over from a great distance. after which hundreds of figures turned into streaks of light and charged over. However, they stopped far away from the enormous sword. They could feel just how terrifying the collision of energy was. If they were careless and fell into it, they might be finished off in passing. The young experts from the 12-star palaces and the Azure Sea Palace, who had just left, rushed over one after another. They stood even further away than Yun Nuoxing's group, but they still saw everyone with a single glance. Their gazes instantly turned strange when they saw Jin Jinwang and the other older generation experts. Boom! Just as the many factions surrounded the place, the enormous sword unleashed the most brilliant energy fireworks. The purplish-black light practically illuminated the world. The energy restriction underground and the enormous sword also flickered when the energy reached its peak. A moment later, the two of them were annihilated. When everything calmed down, everyone stretched their necks. They did not act rashly. They looked at the time, looked at the surrounding crowd, and suppressed their impatient thoughts. Yun Nuoxing looked around. Seeing that no one was walking out, she was too embarrassed to do so. She also waited quietly. The people around her showed no signs of moving either. When the sun rose to the top, Yun Nuoxing still did not see anyone take that step. Her face twitched as she muttered, "These fellows are really patient." Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. How could the young experts of a large faction be so impatient? "You're the only one who can't wait." Although they were muttering this in their hearts, they were all prepared to move. Since Yun Nuoxing had already spoken, her patience must have been worn down. Next, they would have to take the first step. As everyone expected, Yun Nuoxing sighed. With a flip of her hand, the nether void sword appeared in her hand. Silver-blue ripples spread out, and the energy enveloped everyone. Then it churned slightly. When the people outside saw that the place where they were just a moment ago had suddenly become empty, they looked at it with astonishment. After a moment, they retracted their gazes and stared at the hole without blinking, as if they were waiting for something. In the enchantment, the line of sight changed, and there was already no one there. Dozens of people crowded in a relatively small enchantment, and when they completely entered, they separated again. They all, curiously, looked at the other side of the world that was constructed. It was the first time for many people to enter the enchantment space, so it was inevitable that they were curious. "Let's go. If they don't want to eat the crab, I'll eat it first." Yun Nuoxing carried the nether void sword on his back and waved his hand as he spoke to the others. After that, he took the lead and flew towards the enormous hole that had been blasted open, and the others followed behind him with bitter smiles on their faces. The depths of the underground were quiet. A faint layer of yin qi floated in the air. The ancient underground palace was glazed in color and stood alone underground. It shone with a glazed light, and the sound of silver bells drifted over from afar. It was faintly discernible, as if it had been there since ancient times. There are no restrictions. It seems that it has really been broken. Opening his evil spirit eye and scanning the surroundings, Yun Nuoxing nodded his head. He was a little depressed in his heart. Since there was no longer any danger, why didn't anyone come down first? Could it be that they had to wait for someone to take the first step? Everyone looked up and saw that the underground palace was suspended in midair. There was a glazed spiral staircase with the underground palace as the center, winding around like a huge snake. A prehistoric pressure was emitted from the underground palace, as if there was 1,000 caddies of force pressing down on everyone. Fortunately, everyone had treasures on them to protect themselves. Thus they were not affected by this pressure. Everyone walked up the sky staircase and walked in circles around the underground palace. This sky staircase also contained a great amount of pressure. Every step up would make the pressure on one's body multiply. Fortunately, Qin Feng took out the glazed pagoda to protect everyone. Thus they did not collapse under the pressure. Yun Nuoxing, who was walking at the front, stopped in an instant. His entire body trembled and he shuddered. 2 layers of goosebumps appeared on his skin. causing him to hurriedly pull his clothes together. "What's the matter?" Everyone saw her like this and stopped to ask. "Nothing." Yun Nuashing shook her head. Her line of sight swept across the surroundings before she scratched her head and said, "Just now someone seemed to stare at me." "Stare at you?" When everyone heard that, they looked around blankly but did not see anyone else other than them. They did not even see any living things. Was it an illusion? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and muttered. She waved her hands and continued to walk forward. Everyone looked at each other and followed her. This underground palace was very majestic and imposing. The walls were engraved with dragons and phoenixes, as well as other divine beasts. At the entrance of the underground palace, there was a vivid and lifelike towering tree growing on a green lotus. This was an obvious symbol that explained everything. They didn't know how many times they had walked around the underground palace before they finally reached the end of the glazed staircase. When everyone stepped on the floor in front of the entrance of the underground palace, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then they raised their middle fingers in unison. Why did this stupid staircase have to be so long? Looking at the staircase where no one had come, Yun Nuashing turned back and pressed hard on the stone door in front. With a soft cry, she exerted force on her arm, but until 2 veins popped out on her forehead, the door did not move at all. Seeing that the 2 huge doors did not move at all, Yun Nuashing laughed embarrassedly. When she heard a few chuckles behind her, she blushed and turned back to roll her eyes at everyone. She consciously retreated to the side. Jin Jinwang smiled and shook his head. He walked forward and pressed his hands on the door. In the end, he used all his strength but still could not move it. Everyone was a little stunned. Jin Jinwang coughed dryly and beckoned the few divine kings to come forward. They used all their strength together, but no matter how hard they stared until their eyes were bloodshot, their eyes were about to burst, and they were foaming at the mouth, they still could not move the door at all. In the end, Qing Feng went forward and knocked on the door with the glazed sky pagoda. The latter then emitted a faint light. The glazed sky shone in the gap of the door, and then it slowly opened to both sides. Boom! The 2 huge doors opened with a gap that was 10 feet wide. The huge vibration shook the entire underground palace for a moment. Although the gap looked small, it was enough for dozens of people to rush in together. The moment the huge doors opened, a vast pressure that seemed to originate from ancient times suddenly rushed out from the underground palace. Under this pressure, everyone was sent flying as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. "Be careful!" Seeing that everyone was sent flying, Yun Nuashing stabbed the netherworld ruins, soared into the ground, and hurriedly stabilized herself. Dozens of golden chains shot out from her body and tied everyone back. Only then did they not fall down. Just as everyone stabilized their bodies, the ripple that was emitted from the huge ancient stone door became increasingly ferocious. The crack on the huge door also gradually expanded under this ripple. In the end, it was completely stabilized under a loud sound. Bang! Just as the door of the ancient world was completely opened, a wave of energy that seemed to have transcended time and space suddenly burst out. The entire space fluctuated violently and exploded inch by inch. The purple night flames covered Yun Nuashing's body as his 6 wings spread out to 10 feet. Beside him, Qing Feng was also holding onto the lapis lazuli pagoda to protect everyone. They were trying their best to resist that kind of pressure. When they completely stabilized themselves, Yun Nuashing saw that the netherworld ruins' sword had cut open a 10 feet long crack in the hard floor. They had unknowingly been pushed to the edge of the underground palace. A strange fluctuation suddenly appeared on the ancient stone door. Space distorted and countless amounts of energy condensed in the huge door. A huge array suddenly opened and a seemingly transparent tunnel formed in the array. "Let's go!" Seeing this scene, Yun Nuashing shouted in a low voice. Withstanding the strong pressure, she directly led everyone into the tunnel. After everyone entered, the sky became empty. Only the tunnel above the ancient door shone brightly. Chapter 350. A faint glass-colored energy fog shrouded the entire space, causing it to appear misty as though it was a fairyland. There was not even a speck of dust in the silent space. Occasionally, crystal-clear ice crystals would form in the space. Just as they were about to fall to the ground, they would dissipate into mist. This cycle had been like this since ancient times and had been quiet for countless years. In this boundless space, a giant pillar that supported the sky was faintly discernible within the mist. Its entire body was pitch black. At a glance, it seemed as though even one's mind would be sucked in. The mist churned a few times, and the black pillar disappeared. A huge floating platform appeared, just like a pavilion in the sky. It was suspended in the air without any external help. The mist also quietly retreated. Buzz! The icy cold loneliness that had lingered for an innumerable amount of time was finally broken at this moment. The hazy space suddenly became distorted, after which a huge spatial tunnel appeared. It was just like a whirlpool. Numerous figures suddenly rushed out from within and landed on the platform. This is a training ground. Yun Nuoxing's feet had just touched the ground when her eyes hurriedly swept around. However, she could not help but be stunned when she did not see the building that she had imagined. Beside Yun Nuoxing, Qing Feng, Jin Jinwang, and the rest also swiftly appeared. Their eyes revealed vigilance as they looked at the misty space. They were also stunned for a moment. "Let me take a look," Qing Feng softly said. She placed the glass pagoda in the air and formed a hand seal. A circle of colorful light was emitted from the bottom of the small pagoda and rapidly spread out. When this colorful light circle spread, the mist that permeated the surroundings melted like ice meeting boiling water. Boom! As the mist dissipated, the space suddenly shook violently. A silver-blue light circle suddenly spread out in the space in front of them, enveloping the space within 100,000 feet. When the blue light circle appeared, this huge underground palace seemed to shake. Even this platform had dozens of cracks, as though it would collapse at any time. Buzz! A buzzing sound was suddenly transmitted from the sky. A black shadow covered this platform. Everyone hurriedly raised their heads, only to see an incomparably huge palace slowly descending from a crack in the space. Everyone's jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Jin Jinwang's mouth could probably fit half a fist. Boom! The huge palace landed on the platform and stopped dangerously in front of the glazed pagoda. The number of cracks on the platform increased by several times, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. "Let's go up first." Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt very insecure as she looked at the platform that could collapse at any moment. She hurriedly called everyone up the palace stairs. Boom! Just as everyone left the platform shook violently. Then, with a crisp sound, it shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Everyone was shocked. Then they wiped their sweat and secretly thanked themselves for leaving quickly. Yun Nuoxing looked at the spatial tunnel floating in the air. Her face trembled as she said, "There's no other way. Even the path has been cut off. We can only go forward now." After she finished speaking, she strode into the palace. Everyone laughed bitterly and followed her. The spacious and magnificent main hall appeared to be somewhat empty. At a glance, there was nothing but 4 pillars standing in 4 directions, and nothing else. When everyone saw this, they all looked at Qing Feng and then stared at the lapis lazuli pagoda. If there was something here, it would probably be something related to the lapis lazuli god to open it. Qing Feng also understood. Without waiting for everyone to urge her, she released the glazed pagoda and sent her soul power into the glazed pagoda. Then she shot out her soul power that was stained with the glazed pagoda's aura. It reverberated in this space and kept searching. After her soul power spread out for 10 minutes, the palace was still empty. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared at every corner of the palace, but they did not find any changes. After another 5 minutes, everyone could not help but feel disappointed. There's nothing. Everyone sighed and looked at the glazed pagoda with a complicated gaze. They spent so much effort to get in, but in the end, they found out that everything was for naught. This result was really tiring. Qing Feng was also a little depressed. She looked at Yun Nuashing and suddenly threw the glazed pagoda in front of him and said, "Little brat, come and try. Don't touch it. I know that with your physique, you can subdue it." The receiving spirit divine physique was close to the origin of the world. Ordinary people would not be able to sense it. It would be difficult to find some subtle and almost negligible fluctuations, but it could be clearly sensed by it. It could indeed use its physique to investigate. When Yun Nuashing heard it, he laughed. Before he could react, he subconsciously wanted to reach out his hand. Fortunately, he was reminded in time and withdrew his hand. Otherwise, there would be another very powerful weapon in his arsenal. At that time, Qing Feng would probably jump in anger. Taking a deep breath, a majestic soul power came out from between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows and flowed into the glazed pagoda. It then spread to the entire palace and checked every inch of the palace. When everyone sensed the soul energy, they were all shocked. This soul energy was so huge that it wasn't any weaker than a demigod or even a demigod. But after being surprised for a moment, they felt relieved because they remembered that a month ago he had fused his soul with that person. It seemed normal for his soul power to be strong. Thinking of this, Jin Wang and the others' expressions became a little strange. They still could not understand what the relationship between that cold youth in blue and Yun Nuashing was. Why did he fuse his soul with Yun Nuashing as soon as they met? Although it would be faster to ask Yun Nuashing, they did not want to ask if he did not say anything, so no one cared. While Jin Wang and the others were letting their imaginations run wild, Yun Nuashing had already scanned the entire palace. Even with the receiving spirit divine physique, which was said to be the closest to the origin of the world, he could not find anything with his soul power. Even the void space did not hide anything. In other words, this trip was probably in vain. Sigh. Yun Nuashing sighed heavily. His soul power retreated back into his mind like a receding tide. He opened his eyes and waved his hand to return the glazed pagoda to Qing Feng. Then he sighed again and looked at everyone, saying, "Nothing exists." Huh. No way. When everyone heard this, their expressions became rich. They all stared with their eyes wide open and felt bitter as if they had eaten a fly. Now that they did not find anything, there was nothing, the path was blocked, and they could not get out. What should they do? "It's useless for you to look at me." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked at the 4 pillars. He frowned and walked over with a little dissatisfaction. He hated doing useless things and still did not want to give up at this moment. He wanted to walk around and use his own eyes to verify. When everyone saw this, they looked at each other and thought about it. They just watched as Yun Nuashing walked around the 4 pillars in the main hall. They did not go over as they felt that it would be useless to go over. Looking at the 4 huge pillars, Yun Nuashing did not find anything special. It was just 4 ordinary pillars. Even the color was glazed, and there was nothing engraved on it. Compared to the underground palace outside, it was simple and ordinary. Should it be said that it returned to its original state, or was it plain and ordinary? Yun Nuashing was not sure. His palm was glowing with golden light as he stroked back and forth on the 4 pillars. There was a cold feeling from his palm, but there was no trace of energy nor any engravings. Pa! Yun Nuashing, who was in a bad mood, suddenly reached out and patted it. Because he used too much strength, he felt that his entire palm was numb. The pain caused him to grimace and frown. On the other hand, the giant pillar did not react at all. Silly. Everyone smiled helplessly. The material used by a heavenly god was definitely not ordinary. Even a god might not be able to break it. Wasn't he asking for trouble? even if he wanted to vent his anger. This was not the right way to vent it. What the hell is so hard? Yun Nuashing shook his hand in pain. Suddenly he was stunned for a moment. His eyes stared straight at his palm. On his palm, a ball of golden light wrapped around a glazed energy, rendering the already gorgeous color incomparably brilliant. It made him forget to shift his gaze away. He stared blankly for a long time until the glazed light dissipated into thin air. Only then did he regain his senses. Looking at the empty main hall and the 4 huge pillars that had never changed since ancient times, Yun Nuashing could only unluckily admit that he had come for nothing this time. Let's go. There's nothing left here. Yun Nuashing sighed and waved at everyone. Then he turned and walked towards the main door. Just as he took 2 steps out, Yun Nuashing inexplicably stopped, causing everyone who was about to turn and walk towards the door to be startled. They looked over, but did not see anything from his calm face, but they also stopped and waited quietly. Yun Nuashing, who had still taken a step forward, looked ahead quietly. Suddenly he reached behind his back and gently took out the Netherworld ruined sword. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he suddenly turned around and slashed at the huge pillar behind him. Clang! The crisp sound of metal reverberated throughout the main hall. It was as if a few huge bells had enveloped everyone and were rumbling in the sky. Everyone hurriedly covered their ears and even closed their eyes from the shock. Yun Nuashing, who was holding the sword, felt his entire arm go numb. He held the Netherworld ruined sword and pointed it at the ground weakly. His left hand tapped his numb right hand as he smiled bitterly and could not help but mutter, "It's really hard. Even a divine weapon can't break it." When everyone heard this, they smiled bitterly again. They had already said that the material was definitely not ordinary. Even a god might not be able to break it, let alone a little immortal level cultivator. Although he was holding a divine weapon, any blacksmith with a bit of insight could see that there was something wrong with this divine weapon. Even if it was perfect, it might not be able to break a god, right? Everyone walked out of the main hall, regretfully. They looked at the spatial tunnel that was 30 to 40 feet away from the main hall. There was still 10 meters to go. They were a little dazed. Because of the aura suppression here, they could not fly. How were they going to get through? Yun Nuashing thought for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He smiled and took out the golden chain. Then, with a thought, the chain coiled into a small platform that was 20 feet long and wide. It was just enough to fit everyone. He then extended a few sections for Jin Jinwang and the others to grab. He pointed at the spatial tunnel and smiled. Everyone looked at the chain plate and then at the few people. They suddenly understood. Among those present, only Yun Nuashing, the few divine kings, and Qing Feng were relatively strong. It was not a problem for them to jump over such a short distance. They just had to pull everyone over. Xian and the others stood on the chain. Yun Nuashing and the others tightened the chain. Then they looked at each other and retreated to the entrance of the main hall. They took a deep breath. With a light shout, Yun Nuashing and the few divine kings grabbed the chain and ran. When they were close to the edge, they stomped their feet hard on the ground. Then they flew up and plunged into the spatial tunnel. In the empty world, fog once again filled the entire space. The main hall was hidden in the fog. Chapter 351. In front of the entrance of the underground palace, on the glazed heaven stairway, a group of people could be seen enduring a great pressure. They struggled to take one step after another, and their sweat unknowingly soaked the stairs. Looking from the bottom of the heaven stairway, although many people were struggling, there were also some people who were strolling leisurely, as if the pressure from the entire stairway had no effect on them. Among this group of people, one could clearly see that Qing Xian, who was dressed in green, was squinting his eyes and slowly walking up as if he was walking on an ordinary stairway. However, looking at the strength of his feet, it was clear that he was also under a strong pressure, but it was still within the range of what he could bear. Similarly, there was also the demon expert who fought with Qing Xian. At this time, his steps were firm, and his black hair fluttered with the turbulence of the energy around him. On his handsome face, a pair of bright eyes contained deep hostility. He was staring at Qing Xian like a lion staring at its prey. His imposing manner was so majestic that the people around him avoided him like he was a snake or a scorpion. Just as Yun Nuoxing and the others entered the space passageway of the underground palace, the people outside finally couldn't hold back and walked in one after another. However, as soon as they entered, everyone felt an extremely strong pressure, as if a deity was staring at them. It made their hearts tremble, and they almost couldn't climb the heaven stairway. As the young experts of the various forces, although they couldn't completely offset this pressure like Yun Nuoxing and the others, they could still use some other methods to offset it slightly. However, using this method to walk on the heaven stairway was tantamount to dancing on the tip of a knife. If their defensive items were taken away, the pressure that permeated between heaven and earth would arrive in an instant. At that time, even a deity wouldn't be able to save them. At the top of the heaven stairway, the huge underground palace was shining brightly. A vast pressure spread out like a vast ocean, covering everyone on the heaven stairway. If these young disciples didn't have forbidden items, they wouldn't be able to walk up at all. At this time, many people were holding a bell, a sword, a small mountain, or mirror in their hands. They shone faintly and blocked the pressure from the underground palace. When everyone arrived in front of the underground palace, they discovered that there were already more than a dozen figures standing in front of the huge space passage with their hands behind their backs. They left behind an unfathomable back view, causing the people who came later to sigh helplessly. "Why aren't you all going in?" Someone couldn't help but ask. They were already in front of the door. Why wouldn't they go in and wait? They didn't think that these young experts were waiting for everyone to arrive before entering. Wait a minute. The opening of this door is a little strange. Previously, the door of the underground palace was still closed. Let's wait and see if there's anything strange. Qing Xian smiled faintly. My tribe's experts had barged in before, but the underground palace did not have such pressure. Something strange must have happened. The demon expert in black, who was about 10 meters away from Qing Xian, nodded and said, Qing Xian from the Azure Sea Palace and He Jiao from the Demon Clan. Although both of them possess the bloodline of the dragon, it is also because of their bloodline that they are natural enemies, someone suddenly said while looking at the figures in front of them. I really hope that the two of them will fight here. At that time, there will be 1 or 2 fewer competitors. Someone sneered sinisterly. Qing Xian and He Jiao, who were standing at the front, suddenly turned around. Their eyes were filled with radiance as they stared at the group of people behind them. However, they couldn't find out who said it and turned their eyes back. When they inadvertently met each other's eyes, they stared at each other for a long time. Then, they flicked their sleeves and looked away indifferently. The He Jiao snorted and said, Qing Xian, don't be too arrogant. When this matter is over, I will teach you a lesson. Qing Xian was as indifferent as before. When she heard this, she didn't have much of a reaction. She smiled faintly and said, Well, then I am very curious. If you have such ability, why am I still standing here today? The He Jiao curled his lips and sneered. I heard that your sworn brother was scared unconscious by the divine physique of spiritual reception. He even lost the family's quasi-divine weapon. When everyone heard this, they broke out in a cold sweat. Qing Xian's sworn brother was naturally the divine son of the Qi family, Qi Haoyu. When he was in the Tana's water spirit temple, he was knocked unconscious by Yun Nuoxing because of Qi Wen's big mouth. It had nothing to do with being scared unconscious. Anyone who saw it with their own eyes knew about it. Although the rumors were getting more and more outrageous, when they heard what the He Jiao said today, it seemed a little too outrageous. Qing Xian's delicate face trembled slightly. She took a breath and smiled faintly. Big Brother was defeated by a divine weapon. There is nothing shameful about it. Although he was defeated, it is honorable. Even you and I can't beat the murderous weapon in the hands of the divine physique of spiritual reception. Compared to some people who only know how to talk, he is much better. Hearing these somewhat ironic words, everyone wiped their cold sweat. When they saw the cold smile on the He Jiao's mouth, a demonic immortal qi boiled and rolled in their bodies. As soon as this momentum came out, everyone hurriedly took a few steps back, fearing that these two fierce gods would fight here. On the surface of Qing Xian's body, there was also a green energy gushing out, turning into a small dragon that meandered and circled around her body. Buzz! Just as the aura of the two was about to reach its peak and they were about to fight, the huge spatial door in front of them spun faster. The tunnel inside gradually became blurry, causing everyone to be shocked. They hurriedly picked up their weapons and cautiously took a few steps back. They were all muttering in their hearts. Could it be that something abnormal was about to happen? Chi. Just when everyone was on alert, two figures, a man and a woman, slowly stepped out of the space door and then gently landed. Their robes and long hair fluttered in the wind, like an immortal couple. Buzz! Everyone looked at the black-clothed youth that appeared. Before they could regain their senses, the space door fluctuated again. After that, one figure after another broke through the air and stood neatly beside the two of them. The group of people had their own unique characteristics. A chilling aura quietly filled the air, causing the entrance of the underground palace to instantly become silent. Similarly, the group of people who just came out was also stunned. Seeing hundreds of eyes fall on them, that group of people didn't react for a moment. They just stared blankly at each other for a long time. The hundreds of people who just climbed up were all dumbfounded. What was this situation? They spent so much effort to climb up, but in the end, someone had already entered. No, they had already come out? The early bird gets to the top first? Qing Xian was the first to react. Looking at this group of people, his pupils shrank slightly. Although he still looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Among the people present, it was likely that only Qing Xian had seen Yun Nuoxing and his group before. He immediately recognized them, but he didn't say anything. That day, Qi Wen had only said one word and was almost killed by the crazy Yun Nuoxing. Only God knew if he would be destroyed in both body and soul if he revealed the latter's identity. With this thought in mind, Qing Xian's eyes turned. After that, he didn't make a sound and decided to pretend that he didn't recognize the deep well ice. Poor Yun Nuoxing. Just to protect Xian's body, he was called the deep well ice by others. Fortunately, he didn't know. Otherwise, he would be laughed at again. Yun Nuoxing blinked and locked his eyes on Qing Xian. Among the people present, he only recognized Qing Xian. The netherworld ruins, sword in his hand, buzzed softly. His eyes were fixed on the latter's mouth. After seeing that he didn't seem to say anything, he was relieved and kept the netherworld ruins sword without leaving a trace. Yun Nuoxing withdrew his gaze from the crowd and looked at Yuan Shi and the rest. The latter and the rest shrugged at him and shook their heads. They transmitted their voices. Let's go. Ignore them. If they want to go in, let them go in. We will go our own way. Yun Nuoxing heard this and sighed. He nodded gloomily. This time he didn't find anything, and it made him very unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that the timing was not right, he might have grabbed Qing Xian to vent his anger. Spreading his hands to the crowd behind him, Yun Nuoxing took the lead and walked away. The crowd also followed behind him unhurriedly. Qing Feng kept the lapis lazuli pagoda in his sleeves to resist the coercion for the crowd. Just as the crowd was about to step on the heaven stairway and prepared to go back, Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped. His body shook and the crowd also stopped. Yuan Qian laughed softly. "Little boy, what stared at you again?" Yun Nuoxing heard this and was unexpectedly very calm. He shook his head and looked at the space tunnel. The bright colors occupied his eyes. When the crowd saw him like this, they couldn't help but be surprised. They quickly looked at the space tunnel. Could it be that there was a problem with the space tunnel? When they stopped, the crowd also recovered their senses. Seeing the group of people staring at the space tunnel nonstop, they were somewhat puzzled and turned to look. "Lend me the lapis lazuli pagoda." Yun Nuashing walked to Ching Feng's side and tugged at his sleeves as he said softly. Ching Feng looked at him doubtfully and hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. He took the lapis lazuli pagoda out from his sleeves and pushed it to Yun Nuashing's palm before rolling his eyes at him. Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue and took the lapis lazuli pagoda. Under everyone's strange gaze, he returned to the front of the space tunnel alone. The power of the stars in his body burst out and activated the lapis lazuli pagoda. A vast coercion was emitted, making everyone's face pale. They immediately recognized the grade of this small pagoda. Eternal weapon! Feeling this great coercion, someone could not help but exclaim out loud. After that, they stepped back, afraid that they would be affected by the coercion of the divine weapon. When these 4 words came out, Yun Nuashing could clearly feel the change in everyone's gaze. There was fear, horror, and there were even a few greedy gazes, which made him a little stunned. Ignoring those gazes, he controlled the lapis lazuli pagoda with his mind and shot out a 7-colored energy beam, which directly hit the space tunnel. The majestic energy of the divine weapon made everyone tremble. If they did not have the protection of the forbidden weapon, they would probably kneel down. "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing his actions, everyone turned pale with fright and quickly shouted. Looking at his posture, he wanted to destroy the space tunnel. Was he trying to cut off everyone's path? But shouting was just shouting. That person did not dare to make a move. After all, there was a group of people watching covetously from the side, and Yun Nuashing was still holding the lapis lazuli pagoda in his hands, so everyone could only watch as that small beam of light hit the space tunnel. Buzz! Just when everyone thought that they would see the space tunnel shatter into countless pieces, they saw that the beam of light did not destroy the space tunnel. On the contrary, it melted into it. As the energy beam melted into the space tunnel, the latter suddenly emitted a soft, buzzing sound. Then, everyone saw that the silver-blue space tunnel slowly turned into a glass-like color at this moment. "Let's go!" Seeing this, Yun Nuashing was slightly delighted. He just thought that this door was a little strange, but he did not expect his guess to be correct. Immediately, he turned around and sent a voice transmission to Jin Jinwang and the others. Then he took the lead and stepped into the colorful space tunnel behind him. Jin Jinwang and the others looked at each other. Then they let out a strange cry and hurriedly rushed over. They did not know what had happened to the space tunnel, but they remembered that the platform on the other side had shattered. Now that they saw Yun Nuashing rushing in, their first thought was that this guy was crazy. The others who saw the commotion were also stunned for a moment. Then they rushed into the space tunnel like wolves and tigers. Chapter 352. The glazed light illuminated the entire sky. Under the sky, there was a group of shining palaces. Majestic palaces were arranged in a straight line. Even the floors of the palaces were made of glazed glass. Within the group of palaces, there was a palace in the center. There were 4 smaller palaces in the north and south. Although they were small, they were at least 100 feet tall. They stood tall like castles. The glazed light filled the space, making the entire world seem as if it was made of glazed glass. In the small palace at the front, the glazed light gathered into crystals. The newly formed crystals suddenly gathered together. Small crystals constantly flew over from all directions and gathered together. Finally, a huge rainbow-colored crystal mirror appeared in the hall. At the same time that the huge mirror appeared, 8 smaller mirrors formed on the other side of the hall. 9 mirrors floated in the hall, emitting shocking fluctuations. Spatial energy filled the entire hall. Buzz! Ripples suddenly appeared on the huge mirror. Ripples spread out from the center of the mirror. Spatial energy gathered within. A moment later, with a flash of light, a tall figure appeared. His light purple hair fluttered in the wind. Following that, one figure after another suddenly rushed out and landed in the hall. As soon as Yun Nuashing landed on the ground, he held the nether void sword horizontally in front of his chest. A pair of bright eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. However, when he probed, he discovered that his spiritual force and mental energy seemed to have been crippled. He couldn't even come out of his body. The things that the evil spirit eye could see through were much less. It couldn't even see through things. It seemed that this place had a great suppressive effect on probing. Beside Yun Nuashing, Ziyin and the others quickly appeared. They stood beside Yun Nuashing and rolled their eyes at him. Then they sized up the hall. As the figures flashed out, Yun Nuashing and the others naturally gathered together. The other experts also gathered in their own groups. When they looked at the space, they vigilantly sized up Yun Nuashing and the others. Because they had the most people, they posed the greatest threat. Ignoring the others, Yun Nuashing looked at the 8 mirrors. Then he looked at the empty hall. He looked around and returned to the huge mirror behind him. When he looked at the 8 mirrors again, he was stunned. He tugged at Jin Jinwang and transmitted his voice. "What the hell is this?" "How would I know what the hell is this?" Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes. He saw that there was nothing in the hall except for a few mirrors. He was also confused. How could he expect others to explain the situation to him? "Z," Yun Nuashing called out. But just as he called out a name, he was interrupted by a clear voice. "Don't ask me. I don't know either," Z said. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked at the 8 mirrors. His heart suddenly thumped violently. His left hand, which was in his pocket, shook and 2 thumb-sized purple jades suddenly appeared in his palm. At this moment, the jades that had been motionless for a long time were emitting warmth. His fingers gently pinched the jades. His heart was in turmoil. This was because the jades were the ones that Zi Hun had given him when they first met. Little purple. Yun Nuashing screamed in his heart. On the surface, he only raised his eyebrows. His hand in his pocket gently rubbed the jades a few times. Then he took a deep breath. Ever since Zi Hun had given him the jades, and he had picked one up, there had been no movement. But now there was a reaction. It was very obvious that it was because of this palace. In other words, little purple soul is here? Yun Nuashing sucked in a breath of cold air. He had not seen this little girl after they parted ways. He had only seen her disappear in the time tracker. It had been more than a year since they parted ways. Although he did not appear to be anxious, he was more anxious than anyone else in his heart. It was not just Yu Yin's reminder. Yun Nuashing could not help but pay attention to this pitiful little girl. Rather than saying that she was pitiful, it was more like he cared for her. Perhaps it was because they were in the same boat. Yun Nuashing cared for and doted on the 2 little girls who had lost their memories. He paid more attention to them than to himself. Now that he had news of her, he was so excited that he almost danced with joy. However, there were so many people here. He could not let anyone see his abnormality. "Let's go. Hurry up." Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing forced himself to calm down. Then he hurriedly transmitted his voice to everyone and walked toward the 8 mirrors. Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice transmission. They turned their eyes and saw that Yun Nuashing had already walked more than 10 meters away. They looked at each other and hurriedly followed him. Then they transmitted their voice in unison. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ming, who was in Zian's arms, seemed to suddenly feel something. His little hand that was holding her shoulder trembled, and his big eyes were filled with joy. He said softly, "It's Little Purple. Little Purple is here." Little Purple? Everyone was stunned and even more confused. Looking at Yun Nuashing, who was walking so fast, they thought for a while and made some guesses. Although they did not know who Little Purple was, they were sure that she was a very important person to Yun Nuashing and Ming. Otherwise, why would Yun Nuashing want to walk so fast? Jin Jinwang was stunned. He seemed to remember that this guy had 2 children with him. One of them was missing. Could it be that he was here? You said to walk. Do you know how to walk? We don't even see the road here. Everyone hurriedly ran to Yun Nuashing and whispered. There were only 9 mirrors in the entire hall, and there was not even one more pillar. Yun Nuashing looked at them and had an idea, but he needed to verify it. I have some guesses, but I'm not sure. Standing in front of the 8 mirrors, Yun Nuashing nodded. Then he turned around and saw that the others did not move. His gaze lingered on Qin Xian for a while, and then he looked at the 8 mirrors and said, There's nothing in this hall. It can't be a fight between trapped beasts, right? I guess this is the passageway, and it leads to 8 places. That makes sense. But how do you know which place you want to go? Jin Jinwang nodded in agreement and asked again. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, I don't know, but we'll find out later. After that, under the helpless gaze of the others, he plunged into the 4th mirror, just as he expected. When his body touched the mirror, it did not shatter. Instead, he did not enter and disappeared. This guy is really impatient. Everyone murmured bitterly and quickly plunged into the mirror. The people who stayed in the hall looked at each other and then ran desperately. Now, they knew that the 8 mirrors were the passageway and the huge mirror behind them was the way out. If they wanted to gain something, they had to go in. Now that Yun Nuashing and the others had moved, they quickly rushed over. One by one, figures rushed into the mirror. Although everyone here was not weak, they did not choose the 4th mirror because there were too many people on Yun Nuashing's side. Even the strongest person could only quietly retreat to the side when faced with a situation of 2 fists against 4 hands. A glazed light appeared on the surface of the mirror. Yun Nuashing only felt his vision blurring. When he reappeared, he appeared in another hall. Behind him, the figures of the others appeared one after another. Looking at the hall that had the same layout, they could not help but be stunned and had a strange expression. Behind them was a huge mirror, and then 100 feet away, there were 8 similar mirrors. It made people wonder if they had returned to the original place. Everyone hesitated for a moment, but when they saw that Yun Nuashing had already run out, they did not have time to think about anything and hurriedly followed. When there were no outsiders, Yun Nuashing would not be stingy with her emotions. Everything was written on her face. She ran quickly towards the 4th mirror as if she was about to take off. Then, she stopped and waved anxiously to the others. When almost everyone had arrived, she plunged into the mirror with the others. The light flickered, and Yun Nuashing landed on the ground again. However, he stopped in surprise and did not continue to run. This made everyone a little surprised, but they found that the environment seemed a little different. It seemed to be too bright. Yun Nuashing raised his head and suddenly understood why the environment was so bright. It was because this hall did not have a roof. The sunlight poured down from the sky, reflecting the glazed light. It was magnificent. In this hall, not only them, but many people were also there. They were all standing in the center of the hall. When they saw that there was nothing around them, they looked a little flustered and exasperated. They thought that they would be able to plunder wantonly after entering, but they did not expect that they would not find anything after entering. This place was still empty. There was not even a piece of debris. When they saw Yun Nuashing and the others coming in, they were stunned for a moment. Then they quickly retreated and opened up the passage in the middle. Some people crossed their arms and looked at them. Their expressions changed slightly. Some people walked to the side reluctantly and stared at the others with flickering eyes. Ignoring those people, Yun Nuashing led the others and ran quickly again. They still rushed into the 4th mirror. When the people behind saw this, they frowned and stared at the mirror that Yun Nuashing entered with a complicated expression. They hesitated for a moment and rushed into another mirror. Some people seemed to have thought of something and actually followed Yun Nuashing and the others into that mirror. In the 3rd hall, the layout was still the same. However, Yun Nuashing found that something was wrong because this place was too empty. Although there was still nothing, there was not even a single person. This was a bit strange. He firmly believed that when they moved, others would also move. It was impossible to stay still. However, at this moment, there was no one. Meng Yan, who had been walking silently with everyone, looked at the hall and suddenly said to Yun Nuashing, "This is the hall where we first entered." Mei Mao, who had been walking silently with everyone, looked at the hall and suddenly said to Yun Nuashing. When Yun Nuashing heard this, his eyelids trembled. Then he took a breath. How did they change back? "We can't go to the fourth mirror. Let's go to the first mirror." Gritting his teeth, Yun Nuashing hurriedly said, and then flew up again. This time, he flew toward the first mirror. Since the fourth mirror would fly back, then they would go to the first mirror. Anyway, 8 mirrors led to 8 places. They would definitely go to the most important hall. Everyone naturally thought the same. However, they laughed bitterly. If it was the last mirror, wouldn't they have to run to their deaths? 2 hours later, all of them returned to the hall from the very beginning, and they lay on the ground while gasping for breath. They were extremely exhausted, and even their bearing had been thrown beyond the 9 heavens. Yun Nuashing leaned against the wall and panted heavily. She couldn't help but mumble, "For times. 1 after another. 2, 2. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 back again. 7, 7, 7. 7 is still coming back. 5. Woo-woo. Why is it coming back again? Also, it's actually F asterisk king 8 8s. Not only that, 1, 2, 3 for also came back. I even tried 8, 7, 6, 5. Yuan Qi said, helplessly, one hand clutching his chest as he panted heavily. Also, turning back doesn't work. I turned back 8 times, but I still didn't see the so-called central hall. Yuan, she rolled his eyes. He was so tired that he lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Now, they didn't even have a way out. Is it 8, 8, 64 or 9, 981? Jin Jinwang slammed his palm on the wall, but in the end he held his palm in pain and couldn't stop shaking his hand. In these 2 hours they had been running, coming out of the mirrors, going through the mirrors, and coming out of the mirrors. However, after so long, they still couldn't reach the most important hall. They didn't even know how many halls they had repeated, because they were all the same. Other than one having a roof, there was nothing different about the others. Along the way, they saw people constantly running, and some are like them, lying on the ground like corpses. However, there was a hall that caused everyone to be horrified. Densely packed corpses filled the hall, numbering in the thousands. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva because they also discovered that they couldn't leave at all. If they continued to stay here, then they would also become like these corpses. Chapter 353. It's useless to run around like this. I think we have to think rationally. Yun Nuashing rested for a moment and finally came back to life. She tapped her chest and exhaled. How do we think? Everyone rolled their eyes. Even their words sounded weak, as if they were about to die. There are 8 doors in one hall. Including the entrance door, there are 9. Take it as 9 intersections. Every mirror is covered in rich spatial energy. The teleportation doesn't seem to be designated, but it also seems to be designated, Yun Nuashing said after thinking for a while. What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone rolled their eyes at her and said angrily, Wait for me to finish. Yun Nuashing muttered, feeling wronged. That hall has 9 mirrors, which means there are 9 passageways. There are 9 halls. If we continue to calculate like this, 9 by 981? Jin Jinwang hurriedly continued. Everyone turned to look at him to see what conclusion he had. You're 9 by 981. You can just return 9 by 9 to 1. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, If we're talking about the total, it's 9 to the 9th power. 9 to the 9th power, which means... Everyone was stunned and silently calculated. In the end, they obtained an astronomical number that made their faces turn pale. Its F asterisk king exploded. This is 380 million. Jin Jinwang was so frightened that he slapped the wall again. He was in so much pain that he clamped his palms between his legs. His delicate face was distorted. Go, go, go. This is the total. We don't have to run so many. Don't scare people. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, if we really want to calculate, it should be 9 to the 8th power. Although there are 9 passageways, they actually only lead to 8 places at most. Moreover, there are 9 pits in each of the 8 places. If we remove the 9 passageways, that should be the end. Then Yuan, she was the first to deduce. He slammed his fist against his palm. Then his handsome face turned pale. He muttered and cried out in grief and indignation. We still have to run 40 million times. Heavens, earth, mother, air. Theoretically speaking, that's true. Yun Nuashing nodded with an embarrassed smile. She saw that all of them had lost their minds and their will to fight, so how could they still be rational? It was already good enough that they hadn't lost their minds. After all, the amount of 40 million was not just for show. It was enough to tire a god to death. At this moment, they finally understood why there were so many skeletons in the hall. It must have been left behind from the ancient era. Countless people had tried to break into the hall, but none of them succeeded. All of them died in the process of searching. If there were no accidents and no one could solve the mystery, then no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to break open the 9th Chong Hall. They would still die of exhaustion on the way. Of course, if someone stepped on dog poop when they went out today, they might get lucky and hit the right spot. That 1 in 40 million chance might be able to trigger it, but that was just a thought. The probability of this happening was as small as if all the gods of the mythological era had come back to life, found them, and left all their belongings behind. It was simply impossible. Why don't we split up now? Look, 40 million times. There are about 40 of us here. If each of us does 1 million times, we'll definitely be able to get out in our lifetime. Yun Nuashing said, jokingly, go to hell. Everyone was furious, and each of them slapped him. Damn it, 1 million times? How long would it take for them to complete the task? Cough, cough. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Being slapped so hard that he was confused, Yun Nuashing laughed embarrassedly, straightened his face, and said, there must be some pattern in this. I think we should be able to find it. Aren't you talking with your lungs? Everyone said angrily, of course. They knew that there was a pattern. The question was, what was the pattern? They hadn't found any pattern even after running so many times. Yun Nuashing thought for a while. She scratched her head, rolled her eyes, played with her long hair, and knocked on her head. After a long time, she crossed her arms and nodded heavily. Then she said in a deep voice, yes, I don't know either. Everyone, at yen% and asterisk, IO, don't push the blame onto me. Help me think too. It's better for all 40 of us to think together than me. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and muttered. Everyone sighed when they heard that. They really had to work together now. Otherwise, no one would be able to get out. They didn't know where to go back, and they couldn't even open the teleportation array. Yun Nuashing tried it with the Netherworld Ruin sword, but it couldn't even open a crack in space. It couldn't even cause any waves. Even Jin Jinwang's full power attack with the Netherworld Ruin sword was useless. At this point, they could only accept their fate. She was indeed an enlightened master. Why did she make the space so stable? Wasn't she deliberately making things difficult for them? Qing Feng's lapis lazuli pagoda was also useless. It seemed that this place had nothing to do with enlightened Master Lapis Lazuli. If they hadn't seen the huge lotus tree at the entrance of the underground palace, they would have thought that it was somewhere else. Then, let's conclude what the pattern is. Yun Nuashing smiled and said. She also sat down cross-legged and started thinking. Everyone also sat down. They had never tried to think about something so seriously before. Their minds were running wild. Oh, the order of entering the first door? Not long after, Yuan, she suggested, that's right. The first door is the most important. When we have gone through all 9 passageways, the power of space in our bodies will be reset. At this time, we have to enter the correct door first before we can enter the next correct door. When everyone heard this, they thought for a moment and nodded. Then they shook their heads. Was it the first one, the first 8, or the reverse. Moreover, who knew which of these 9 doors was the correct one and which was the wrong one? Right now, they didn't even know if there was only one path or if there were multiple paths. Moreover, they didn't see any clues in these halls. There were some special carvings on a few pillars, as if someone had recorded where they had gone to find the way back. Then, the posture of entering the door, Wang Chen said jokingly. Everyone was speechless when they heard that. Then they were speechless. Were you going to say that they entered the door in the wrong posture and had to change it? Then, how long would they have to F*King change it? This was close to infinity. Glazed pagoda. Yuan Qian looked at Yun Nuoxing, blinked, and said. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and shook his head, saying, I tried going through the same passageway with and without the glazed pagoda. In the end, I still returned to this place. This means that the glazed pagoda isn't the key this time. At this point, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh. He had tried to use the indistinct aura in the jade to guide him, but in the end he still failed. Because every door had a faint aura, it did not work. Enter the door in order. Yuan Qi tapped his chin and raised his head, saying just walk through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But 1, 2, 3, 4 come back. Everyone said helplessly and shook their heads. 1, 3, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. Yuan Qian said again. Based on what? Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and asked. I guessed. Yuan Qian stuck out her tongue and smiled cutely. Everyone. However, Yun Nuoxing sighed and left everyone here. He took Little Phoenix and jumped into the mirror alone, as if he wanted to verify it. Everyone was a little stunned. Everyone sat down and waited patiently. During this time, people kept walking out of the huge mirror and then walked to another mirror. Seeing the exhaustion on the person's face, everyone could only look at him with pity. After waiting for half an hour, Yun Nuoxing finally came out. As soon as he landed, everyone hurriedly asked, How was it? Damn, who said that I would come back after 9? King ran through more than 10 before coming back. Yun Nuoxing roared angrily. He didn't know how long he had been going back and forth in the same hall. He was so tired that he finally came back after passing through the 4th passage. Everyone was stunned and then smiled bitterly. This way, the difficulty had increased by a lot. They couldn't even determine the base number of the passages. So how could they run? If they continued to calculate, the estimate of 40 million wouldn't be accurate. Without an accurate method, they might not be able to walk the correct path even if they died. The pile of bones was the best proof. Can this hall be broken through? Jin Wang gritted his teeth angrily and stared fiercely at the wall. You have already flown out. Don't try again. Everyone sighed. Jin Wang had already used the Netherworld Ruin sword to hit the wall. The full force attack was accompanied by the power of a heaven-grade weapon. There wasn't even a scratch on the wall. It was as good as new, but Jin Wang himself had flown out. Spare me. Jin Wang roared in pain. Even someone as determined as them showed signs of fatigue at this time. This wasn't something that a human could endure. Roaring won't solve the problem now. Let's think about how to go to the end. If we think of any ideas that are worth verifying, we can just jump over there. If we can't come back, we can just walk to the end of the passage and we will be able to come back. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said tiredly. Everyone was helpless. They had tried all kinds of methods. Could it be that they really had to try them one by one? There was nothing different about those mirrors. They were all on the same level and their workmanship was the same. They were all printed from the same template. Sigh. Everyone sighed heavily and then started to think. During this time, they also discussed from time to time. The so-called collision of ideas and communication was very important. During this period of time, there were also people who constantly went out. Yuan Qian was the most mischievous. She thought of everything she could think of. Among everyone, she was the most diligent. However, every time she came back, she was disappointed. In the end, She fell into Yun Nuashing's arms. She said, "I'm so tired." Then she fell into a deep sleep, leaving everyone helpless. When Yun Nuashing saw Ming Ming staring at the mirror, he sighed. It was impossible for this little foodie to think of anything with his head. After thinking for a long time, Yun Nuashing suddenly stood up and put Yuan Qian beside Yuan Qi then. He walked into mirror number 4 alone. After watching him leave, everyone fell into deep thought again. After a long time, they saw Yun Nuashing coming back. He didn't say a word and jumped into mirror number 1 with all his might. Everyone was a little stunned. Didn't he just leave? Why did he come back again? However, no one said anything. They just quietly watched him disappear into the mirror until Yun Nuashing appeared and left 8 times in front of everyone. Then they couldn't help but be curious. They didn't believe that Yun Nuashing was really going to try more than 40 million times. So they asked, "What are you running for?" Yes, mirror number 4 and mirror number 9 lead to the same hall. I left Ling Hongjian in that hall. I went back and forth a few times to confirm it. Yun Nuashing stopped, panted heavily, and said with a smile, "Don't go. If you go back and confirm it one by one, do you really want to run 40 million times?" Seeing that his handsome face was full of pale, the beautiful woman was a little distressed and said quickly. Yun Nuashing smiled, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and said with a smile, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Chapter 354. The same scene happened in the other halls. The others also realized that they couldn't break through by running around. Moreover, they didn't believe that their luck was so good that it could defy the heavens. Hence, they sat down unwillingly and slowly thought about how to get out or move forward. Of course, the good-natured young talents could sit down and think calmly, but it didn't mean that the others could do the same. During this period, many of them were even crazily attacking the walls of the hall as if they were trying to dig a hole to get out. However, without exception, all of them were beaten half to death by the energy that bounced back. With such a precedent, almost everyone sat down obediently and began to discuss the spatial channel. At this time, outside the underground palace, the 2 huge stone doors had already been closed. However, there were still many people standing in front of the doors. Although they looked very young, from the fluctuations of their vitality, one could see that these people were old monsters who had lived for an unknown number of years. And these people were the young experts inside, the elders of the forces behind them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to enter before the doors were closed. Now, they could only stare at the stone doors. In Juchong Hall, Yun Nuashing was still persistently trying to verify his conjecture. He ran continuously between several crystal walls. When he passed by other halls, he saw people sitting down and discussing. Some of them even had disputes and almost started fighting. When he saw Qing Xian and the Black Dragon, Yun Nuashing was a little surprised because the 2 of them were discussing something with the other 7 young experts. The 2 of them didn't get along well. It was good enough that they didn't fight. Now that they were sitting down at the last minute, one could tell how serious the situation was. When Yun Nuashing stopped and looked at the 9 people, the 9 people also looked at him. Qing Xian still had an indifferent expression, but there was an unnatural look in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. After looking at each other for a moment, he lowered his head and pondered. Perhaps because they saw Yun Nuashing walking to the front with a group of people, the 9 people glanced at him and lowered their eyes as if they couldn't see anything. Yun Nuashing only stopped for a while before he rushed into the mirror again and disappeared. After an unknown period of time, Yun Nuashing returned to the first hall. She roared angrily, F*CKU. Then she fell to the ground with a loud thud. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted from exhaustion. When everyone saw him fall down the moment he entered the door, they were all stunned. Then they carried him over in a flurry. They were all staring at each other, not knowing what to do. Because their soul power and mental power couldn't leave their bodies, they couldn't wake Yun Nuashing up. Fortunately, the beautiful woman and the water god king were here. The wood element and water element could be used to heal him. With the two of them working together, Yun Nuashing woke up in a short while. I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't mind me. In the end, Yun Nuashing, who had just woken up, went back to sleep after saying this. This made everyone speechless and feel sorry for her. Why was she abusing herself for no reason? In the Juchong Hall, there was no clear distinction between time and space. The glazed sun was still hanging high in the sky. If one looked at the beautiful glazed sun for a long time, they would feel dazzled. Even their vision would become a little blurry. Everyone did not know how long they went out for a stroll or how many laps they ran. When they came back, they looked at each other and only left a bitter smile. Qing Feng also helplessly stopped his actions. During this period of time, he had been deducing, even though he was not a celestial mystery master, but there were some similarities. As compared to the rough deductions of the others, it was many times better, but he still could not find a way out. But it's useless, Lao Fu wants to be a celestial mystery master. Qing Feng looked up to the sky and roared in grief and indignation. With a slap, he scattered all the arrays and charms in the air, and his white hair stood up. Everyone saw his actions that were close to going berserk and helplessly shook their heads. They really had no other way. Could it be that they really had to try one by one? Thinking of that astronomical figure, everyone's face became whiter than the sky, and they all shook their heads. It was unrealistic. Ziyin kept hugging Yun Nuashing. Her delicate ears were placed on his forehead, as if she was listening to the latter's voice. After a long time, she put him down and placed Ming into his arms. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, she plunged into the fifth mirror and disappeared. Jin Jinwang was dumbfounded. He scratched his head in confusion and could not help but mutter, "Could it be that she could really hear it?" After a long time, Ziyin came out from that big mirror. Her whole body was dripping with sweat and her purple clothes were soaked. It was not hard to imagine the scene of her running around the hall. After Ziyin came back, she casually wiped the sweat off her forehead and grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand. She was writing something on her palm which made everyone very curious. Their hearts were like a cat's paw, but this action seemed like a tacit understanding between the two of them. Everyone wanted to see, but they could not understand. After writing for a while, Ziyin put her ear on Yun Nuashing's forehead again and closed Mei Mao's eyes for a moment. Then she ran out again. Is this a continuation of Little Star's conjecture? The beautiful woman wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and said helplessly. Everyone waited until Ziyin ran back and forth 8 times and sat down tiredly. Only then did they have the time to ask, "What's wrong? What's going on?" Ziyin took a few deep breaths and said slowly, for a 9 are the same, "The second door after the 8th door leads to the second hall. Similarly, the 7th mirror, 7 mirrors 5 times in a row, leads to the 5th hall. Everyone listened for a long time and nodded. Then they asked, "So, what are you two trying to verify?" When Ziyin heard this, her pretty face turned slightly red. After a moment, she hid it and said softly, "Little Star said that the path to the hall has a pattern. Right now, I'm just going to help him verify if this conjecture is correct. I can't come to a conclusion yet. 4 and 9, 2 and 8, 7 and 5. There should be some kind of connection. However, there's still a gap. We have to run again." Ziyin sighed softly and said, "If we can see through the remaining pair of numbers, the conclusion we get might be the direction we need to go." "Don't go. Look how tired you are." Seeing that Ziyin was about to stand up again, Mu Ling quickly helped her sit down and said, "Tell us the rest of your conjecture. We'll help you verify it." Ziyin thought for a moment and nodded. She was very tired now. If she ran again, her body wouldn't be able to take it. She was willing to rest for a while if she had someone to help her. Hence, she said, "Now, we have to verify the relationship between 1, 3, and 6. Let's see if the 6th mirror leads to the 3rd hall, the 6th mirror leads to the 3rd hall, the 3rd mirror leads to the 6th hall," and so on. Mu Ling heard this and nodded. Then she kicked Yao Hua and said, "Boss, it's time for you to play a role. Go." Yao Hua, who was sitting properly, was kicked into a dog eating shit. For a moment, he didn't come to his senses. When the pain in his chin stimulated him, he finally reacted and jumped up as if he had exploded. He roared, "What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me?" Everyone, just because you didn't use your brain and didn't put in any effort, we had to kick you. Yao Hua wanted to cry. He glanced at the crowd gloomily and silently remembered Zi Yan's words. Then he staggered toward the 6th mirror. Looking at his tottering figure, the crowd couldn't bear to see him like this. 2 hours later, Yao Hua returned to the first hall with a big yawn. Then he trotted to the side of the crowd and muttered, "The first time I ran, I couldn't tell which hall was which. Later on, I saw that there was a mark left behind by the predecessors on the pillar. I was so wronged." When everyone heard this, they rolled their eyes at him. What kind of eyesight was that? He couldn't see such an obvious number. Although it was only as small as a finger, he could see it if he was more careful. The result? Jin Wang raised his eyebrows and asked, "What was it again?" Yao Hua was stunned. He was so busy complaining that he almost forgot about the data. After thinking for a while, he saw everyone's murderous gazes and trembled. He laughed dryly and said, "Wait, I remember now. 6 repeats, 3 times to the 3rd hall." Zia nodded and muttered, 4 and 9, 2 and 8, 5 and 7, 3 and 6, that should be it. But he paused at the end of his sentence. Because Juchong Hall, 9 doors and 1 number was missing. Well, we'll know the rest after we try. At this moment, Yun Nuashing, who had been sleeping, finally woke up. His refreshing laughter made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Based on what he said, they had an idea. Then let's arrange it. According to the above, we'll line up randomly. First 4, then 9, then 2, then 8, then 3, then 6, then 5, then 7, and finally 1, right? Hearing these numbers, everyone covered their faces helplessly. They counted silently in their hearts for a while and then nodded. "Then let's go." Seeing this, Yun Nuashing smiled and took the lead to walk towards the 4th mirror. Everyone laughed and felt a little liberated. They quickly followed and jumped into the mirrors. At first, it was fine. They walked all the way from the 4th to the 8th mirror without any problems. However, after they exited the 8th mirror and went to the 5th hall, they followed the order and entered the 3rd hall. However, they were teleported back to the 1st hall. This shouldn't be right. Let's think of something else. Looking at the number 1 written on the pillar, Yun Nuashing sighed and thought again. Try to order them from the smallest to the largest. Follow the corresponding order. At this moment, Yuan Qi gave a suggestion. He did some calculations and said, "Try according to the order 1, 2, 8, 3, 6, 4, 9, 5, 7. Roar." Yun Nuashing nodded and entered the 1st mirror with everyone else. Now, because they were worried that something would happen if they split up, they all walked together. The group of people walked out in a grand manner, causing the people from the other palaces to be a little surprised. It had to be said that some people seemed to have thought of something and walked in front of them. There were also some people who seemed to have smelled something unusual and actually walked behind Yun Nuashing and the others. Yun Nuashing and the others were too lazy to pay attention to these inexplicable little tales. They were still trying to figure it out and hadn't figured it out yet. In the end, after walking from the 1st to the 3rd, everyone returned to the 1st hall, looking at the stone pillar. Everyone was so angry that they wanted to destroy it. However, when they thought of Jin Wang's fate, they silently killed this idea in the cradle. They didn't want to play the trapeze. They couldn't fly here, and it would be painful if they fell. Why don't we walk in reverse? Let's change the order? Qing Feng suggested. After walking for so long, he was also very tired and wanted to rest. But now that there was a little progress, it didn't seem good to say that he wanted to rest. No, this kind of nonsensical walking is completely half guessing and half pushing. It is useless. Yun Nuashing shook his head and crossed his arms. He paced back and forth in the 1st hall. His mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of countermeasures. When everyone saw him like this, they all stood quietly by the side and let him think by himself. After a long time, Yun Nuashing's footsteps stopped. He looked up at the 8 mirrors and took a deep breath. When everyone saw this, they quickly gathered around and asked, "How is it? How is it?" Yun Nuashing nodded and shook his head. Four is the end. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 5, 3, 6, 7, 7, 4, 5, 8, 8. So let's start with 2? Yao Hua asked weakly. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, "From small to large, 1 is 4, 2 is 2, 3 is 5, 4 is 3, 5 is 4, 6, 7, 8 corresponds to 6, 7, 8, 4, 2, 5, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yun Nuashing raised his head and said this set of numbers before saying, "The beginning and the end are 4 and 9, 2 and 8, 5 and 7, 3 and 6. Let's go and try." Everyone looked at each other and didn't understand. But Yun Nuashing had already walked out, so they didn't ask anything and quickly followed. It can only be said that what Yun Nuashing said and calculated should be reasonable, right? Fantasy is beautiful, but reality is cruel. They indeed ran in this order, but at the end there was a problem. Originally, when they entered from the 8 mirrors, they immediately turned around. In the end, they returned to the first hall in an instant. That familiar scene almost made them collapse. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. This is really repent and be saved. We're back in the blink of an eye. Jin Jinwang covered his head and roared like a demon. It looked like he was really confused by these numbers and was about to collapse. 5 gates and 4 grams are 1 gate. Let's go and change the middle one to 1. This time, it will definitely work. Yun Nuashing was also going crazy. After thinking hard for a while, he roared again and rushed to the 4th mirror impatiently. Behind him, everyone wailed and followed. As usual, they exited the mirrors and went through the mirrors. Unknowingly, they had already passed 8 mirrors. After they came out from the 8th mirror in the first hall, they returned to the starting point. The pillar with the number 1 carved on it was so hateful to everyone. "No, I can't walk anymore. My bones are going to break." Jin Jinwang sat on the ground and felt that there was nothing left to live for. He lay on the ground and didn't want to get up. 9 is the limit of the number. We've passed 8 gates. There's only 1 more gate left. It's here. Just 1 more step and we'll be there. Get up quickly. Yun Nuashing sighed, but he didn't give up. He looked at the mirror behind him and steeled his heart to walk in. When everyone saw this, they sighed helplessly. They felt that he was just struggling in vain. It was useless. Besides, they really didn't want to move. "Listen to me. We'll be there once we get in." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but say when he saw that everyone didn't get up except for Zian and Ming, who stayed by his side. All right. We'll listen to you, kid. We'll listen to you." Jin Jinwang gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up from the ground. Then he pulled up the people who had taken root underground and roared, "Kids, let's go. Follow Little Star and charge in." When everyone heard this, they sighed and wailed on the ground. They struggled to stand up and looked at the huge mirror. Then they followed Yun Nuashing and plunged into it. This place looked so new and clean. In the middle of the vast hall, there was a light blue ring of fire. The scorching temperature caused the space to distort slightly. Within the pale blue fire circle, a petite figure was curled up. Upon closer inspection, it was a little girl, no more than 2 or 3 years old. Her little face was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of the finest jade. Her dazzling purple gold hair perfectly revealed the girl's identity. It was Zihan, who had been separated from Yun Nuashing for a full year. At the end of the hall, a huge glass mirror slowly emerged from the void. The hall, which had never changed since ancient times, reverberated with waves of spatial fluctuations. Then one figure after another emerged from the mirror and landed in the hall. Yun Nuashing, who was leading the group, had a change of expression the moment he entered. This was because he realized that the purple night flame in his body had suddenly become violent. Divine flame. Yun Nuashing was taken aback. He hurriedly lifted his head and looked at the cluster of pale blue flames. Shock gradually surged into his eyes. This was because he saw the petite figure within the flames. A name that was filled with shock and joy involuntarily floated out. Little Z. Chapter 355. Words that contained boundless joy echoed in the hall, and as the sound waves spread out, the scorching air that filled the hall dissipated a little, and the temperature showed signs of dropping. The moment the voice filled with excitement rang out, little purple soul, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, slowly opened her little eyes. The sleepiness in her eyes disappeared in a flash, and her empty pupils were filled with light. She seemed to have just woken up. Little purple soul reached out her little hand and touched the light blue ring of fire. She looked down in disbelief. Even if she had forgotten everything, she could not forget the voice that was almost engraved into her soul. Big brother! The pale blue ring of fire trembled slightly and actually became illusory. The blazing temperature in the great hall also dropped rapidly. Little purple soul looked down at Yun Nua planet, and a tender voice that was filled with longing and grievance quietly came out from her small mouth. The voice had a slightly unreal feeling that was like a dream. She had once thought that this parting would be permanent. When Ziyan and the others heard this, they all looked at Yun Nuashing. There was a strange look in their eyes. They wanted to ask how many sisters he had, but when they saw that Ming Ming was also very excited, they quickly closed their mouths. It had been more than 2 years since the first time they met. Little purple soul's appearance had not changed at all. She still looked like a 2 or 3-year-old. Her light purple robe and purplish golden hair swayed gently. She was like a little fairy who was surrounded by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She was perfect and flawless. Little purple. Yun Nuashing was completely relaxed when they finally met. During this period of time when he was deciphering the Juchong Hall, he had been thinking about this moment all the time. However, when this moment finally arrived, he calmed down and only felt gratified. After a while, Yun Nuashing chuckled and slowly opened her arms. Big brother. When little purple soul saw this scene, it finally reacted. Its little hand passed through the blue fire circle and hurriedly went out. It rushed straight towards Yun Nua planet and plunged into the familiar embrace that it had not seen for a year. Its little hand wrapped around his neck, and it started to sob softly. Big brother, you're finally here. Little purple thought that I would never see you again. Sob. Big brother, where did you go? Big sister, Een doesn't want me anymore. Little purple thought that big brother didn't want little purple anymore. Sob. When everyone heard the childish sobbing, the fear in the voice, and the feeling of complete relaxation, everyone's hearts tightened, and even their noses felt a little sour. Little purple, I'm here. I'm here. Big brother and little purple will never be separated again, okay? Patting little purple soul's back, Yun Nuashing spoke in the most gentle voice he could muster. Everyone who heard it felt goosebumps all over their bodies. This gentleness was so strong that water could be squeezed out of it. Really? Little purple soul raised her head. There was still a hint of fear in her purplish gold eyes. Her little hands clutched Yun Nuashing's clothes tightly, afraid that he would disappear in front of her in the next second. She was also afraid that this was just a dream. Of course. Yun Nuashing rubbed her little head lovingly and wiped away the tears and snot on her little face. He hugged her tenderly for a while before slowly letting her go. Hee, little purple, you're finally back. You have no idea how long we've been looking for you. Ming saw little purple soul and grinned. She was about to say something when Yun Nuashing covered her mouth. She couldn't finish her sentence. Big sister Ming. Little purple soul greeted Ming happily when she saw him. Other than Yun Nuashing and Ming were the closest people to her. She was touched to see them again. Yun Nuashing glanced at Ming, who stuck her tongue out cutely at him. He felt a little helpless. Then he introduced little Purple Soul to the people around him. Big brother, big sister, uncles and aunties. After little Purple Soul heard this, she smiled sweetly. Then she greeted everyone one by one. When everyone heard this, their hearts were filled with warmth. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. It was as if the fatigue of the past few days had been completely washed away. Huh. Jean Jinwang smiled like a blooming sunflower when he heard them. A golden light was released from his body uncontrollably, blinding everyone. Although it was not the first time Jean Jinwang, Yun Nuashing, and Yao Hua had met Little Purple Soul. They were always called that every time they met. Their hearts were filled with warmth. Little Purple Soul's pure and adorable personality made everyone want to hug her. However, the little girl had inherited Ming's good tradition. She was clinging to Yun Nuashing's arms. Now that they had reunited after such a long time, she was so clingy that everyone was envious of her. However, Little Purple did not have any problems with her growth, which surprised everyone. Girls tended to grow very quickly. It had been more than 2 years, but her appearance had not changed at all. Everyone took turns to check on her, but they did not find anything strange about her. However, Jean Jinwang and the others could not help but praise her pure soul. It was the first time they had seen such a pure soul that was tainted with a little bit of immortal qi. When Yun Nuashing asked Little Purple Soul how she came to this place, she could not explain it clearly. Her confused look made him very confused. Little Purple doesn't know either. 3 days after Sister Yu'in left, Little Purple was looking for Big Brother on the streets. Then I came here and slept until Big Brother came to find me. Little Purple Soul shook her head blankly. Her pair of clear little eyes stared into Yun Nuashing's eyes, and she said very seriously. Yun Nuashing frowned. The city where Yu'in left Little Purple Soul was an astronomical distance away from Lihuan City. According to Little Purple Soul herself, she arrived at this place in the blink of an eye. This information shocked everyone. How powerful must one be to be able to do such a thing? Since ancient times, only people of that level could have such strength, right? How many people of that level were there today? No one had seen such a person for thousands of years. Yun Nuashing sighed. He turned his head around inadvertently and realized that there were quite a number of people standing there. He was stunned. It seemed that someone had followed them to the 9th palace. However, it was a pity that there was nothing in the most important palace. The only thing that existed was Little Purple Soul, who had come here for some unknown reason. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing suddenly froze and hurriedly raised his head, only to discover that the light blue ring of fire had unknowingly disappeared. When he entered, he clearly felt the aura of the divine flame, and the purple night dark flame was fluctuating. Clearly, the light blue flame that disappeared should also be a type of divine flame, but he did not know where it went. Everyone, please go back. There's nothing left in this palace. It's just a waste of time to stay here. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the crowd. He was in a good mood and could not help but smile. When the people heard this, they frowned slightly. They looked at Yun Nuashing and then looked at Little Purple Soul in his arms. Their frowns deepened. After thinking for a while, they looked away. There were so many people here. Even if there was something wrong with this little girl, they could not do anything to her. Not to mention Yun Nuashing, who gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. There were a few genuine netherworld kings around him. Seeing the strange looks from these people, Yun Nuashing only smiled faintly. He scanned the palace and confirmed that there was really nothing left. Then he led the crowd and walked towards the huge glass mirror. He jumped into the mirror and disappeared. The people in the palace looked at each other and felt a little angry. They felt that Yun Nuashing's arrival had disrupted their rhythm. However, they had forgotten that without Yun Nuashing's glazed pagoda, it was impossible for them to enter the 9th temple. Yun Nuashing was also the first one to crack the spatial tunnel. It could be said that these people were just following him. Now that Yun Nuashing and the others had left, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were still unwilling to give up and continued to search the ninth temple, hoping to find something that they had missed. 100 miles away from Lihuan City, there were no clouds in the sky. Even the sunlight seemed a little lazy. After a moment of silence, a 7-colored light surged in the space. Then, a glass mirror slowly opened up in the void and expanded to a size of 1,000 feet. After the mirror appeared, the figures of Yun Nuashing and the others also walked out of the mirror. Feeling the rich wind elements circling around their bodies, they were slightly stunned. Looking at the familiar twin stars in the sky, time seemed to have stopped for a few seconds. Then, joy crazily washed through everyone's mind. Ah woo, we're finally out. The sun that we have not seen for a long time. It's finally not glass. Fresh air. That damn Jochong Hall is so damn stuffy. These old bones can be used to make soup at home. The first person in history. Roar. Let's go to the restaurant to celebrate. Words of joy and roars of ecstasy reverberated in the sky. This time they were laughing without any restraint, as if they wanted to turn everything that had happened in the past few days into laughter and spit it all out. Yuan Shi, Jin Hung, and the others could even be seen dancing in the sky. The group of people were shouting and dancing at the top of their lungs, like a group of demons dancing in the sky. Let's go. Don't shout here. Let's go back to the city to rest. We'll find another restaurant to eat and drink. The Gold God King laughed loudly. Boundless rays of light submerged half of the sky, causing everyone to curse loudly. Let's go. Let's go back to the city. The group of people left behind sounds of laughter. They turned into streaks of light and shot across the sky, rushing towards distant Seoul City. The travel-worn group of people directly barged into the largest restaurant in distant Seoul City. Not only did they book the entire place, but they also ate, drank, and had fun until late at night. Many corpses were left in the hall. The few God Kings also went crazy. At this moment, they finally managed to expel the smell of alcohol from their bodies. They shook their heads helplessly when they saw the drunken group. Yun Nuashing, who never drank, was already moving the group. When she saw that the God Kings had woken up, she heaved a sigh of relief. She pulled them back to their rooms, and then she sent Zian back to her room. This girl kept clinging to the corner of his clothes, which made him feel very helpless. She was clearly drunk, but she was as quiet as a princess. When he was in the hall just now, he saw the flowers suddenly change their style when they were drunk, which gave him a fright. In the room, after settling Zian and the 2 girls down, Yun Nuashing, who was no longer sleepy, slowly walked to the balcony. She raised her head and looked at the round disc that was a little chipped. She was in an exceptionally good mood. Sister Yuin, I've found little Z. I can relax now. Where did you guys go? Yun Nuashing sighed as she stared blankly at the ice-blue moon. However, when she remembered that Yuin had left with Yulong, she relaxed a little. She thought that they would not encounter any danger. Brother, little purple soul's voice rang out behind her. Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. She turned around and saw her standing behind her, looking up at her. She could not help but smile. She picked her up and said gently, "Aren't you going to sleep?" "I've slept for a long time. I don't want to sleep." Little purple soul shook her head. She looked around mysteriously. When she saw that no one was around, she put her little hand into her pocket. After rummaging for a long time, she took out something. She then carefully extended it to Yun Nuashing and said, "Brother, this is for you." Yun Nuashing tilted her head. She freed one of her hands and reached out to little purple soul's little fist. She took the thing that she put down and looked at it suspiciously. Then her eyes suddenly narrowed. In her palm, a badge that was less than a finger wide lay quietly. It was glazed and gave off an ancient aura. A towering tree had taken root and sprouted on a green lotus. It looked strange and holy at the same time, as if it was hinting at something. Of course, Yun Nuashing had seen this mark many times. What shocked her was not the badge. When she accidentally scanned it with her soul energy, she felt a wave of information coming back to her. It was a bit like a cultivation technique. This is The Glazed God's Inheritance. Chapter 356. In his palm, the glazed emblem glowed brilliantly under the moonlight. A huge wave of information surged into Yun Nuashing's soul like a shockwave. When Yun Nuashing noticed it, it was too late for him to throw it away. He could only feel a wave of energy surging into his soul. Boom! The wave of information passed through the god's mark and collided with his soul. The sudden impact was so strong that his vision turned black. Countless stars appeared in his eyes. He staggered a few steps back and slumped into a chair. His head hung low, scaring Little Purple Soul. "Brother, are you okay?" Little Purple Soul called out to Yun Nuashing as she held his arm and shook it. Little Purple Soul put her hand under Yun Nuashing's nose. After sensing that his breathing was stable, she heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the empty balcony, then at the two girls lying on the bed. Finally, she looked at Yun Nuashing. She took his windbreaker from the house, climbed onto the table carefully and put it on his back. After she was done, she sat down and looked at him with her chin resting on her hand. Little Purple Soul waited until midnight, but Yun Nuashing still hadn't woken up. His body was glowing and the lotus tree emblem in his palm was burning. It seemed like something was changing. Seeing him like this, she didn't want to disturb him. "Ha!" Little Purple Soul covered her mouth and yawned. She pouted and looked at Yun Nuashing for a while. She mumbled and stood up from the chair. She snuggled into Yun Nuashing's arms, pulled his windbreaker up, and fell asleep using him as a pillow. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing slowly opened his eyes. He was holding a burning emblem in his palm, and it was spinning. He looked at it, and in his mind, a mass of information was rolling and engraved into his soul. He only let out a sigh of relief when the emblem stopped burning. He then rubbed his head. Glazed mirror, it also contains several kinds of absolute arts, and Yun Nuashing sighed, thinking of the information that had just flowed through his mind. His cheeks could not help but twitch as he muttered, "There's actually a secret technique that involves the time domain, zero-time realm, time realm. Once a realm was opened, the user could control the flow of time within it." It was a simple sentence, but Yun Nuashing couldn't help but gasp. If he could control time, who in the world would be his opponent? It could be said that as long as this realm was opened, the power of life and death would be in the hands of the user. But unfortunately, Yun Nuashing hadn't reached the level where he could control time. There was no other reason. He hadn't mastered the power of time. Even if he had this realm, he couldn't use it. The time realm, as the name implied, didn't have the power of time. How could he use such a realm? It's useless. After the surprise, Yun Nuashing could only sigh. He hadn't even mastered the power of space, so how could he master the power of time? Damn it, it's still too early to learn this. This should be left for gods, people at the level of gods, to learn. However, it inexplicably fell into the hands of a tiny immortal realm cultivator like me. It's a bit of a waste of natural resources. Forget it, I'll learn it later. With a wry smile, Yun Nuashing could only suppress the idea of learning it thoroughly. Then he began to study another mystic technique. Glazed mirror, no grade. With a thought, you can move all things in the world. You can transform your body into heaven and earth. You can take the world as your own body. Glazed divine crystal will cast your body, making it unshakable. The glazed mirror can condense the power of the mystic technique. When practiced to great success, it can allow the mystic technique to break through its limits and increase its power exponentially. Seeing the large glazed words reverberating in his mind, Yun Nuashing could feel the overbearing power of this mystic technique. This was a mystic technique that used energy to temper and strengthen the body. However, when he saw the words glazed divine crystal, Yun Nuashing's jaw almost dropped. What was a glazed divine crystal? It was a dignified level, 12 material exclusive to the gods. Many people didn't even have time to worship it after obtaining it, but now it was being used to cast one's body. Moreover, the glazed mirror was divided into 4 levels: cast glazed, glazed body, glazed soul, and glazed divine crystal. It seemed that a lot of glazed divine crystal was used to advance to each level. Yun Nuashing stuffed his jaw back with great difficulty. He sighed heavily, as if he wanted to let out all the shock that he had just received. As a level 12 material, it was needless to say that it was precious. Although the realm of the gods was boundless, glazed divine crystals were not that easy to be born. Even if they were born, it might not be possible to find them, unless Yun Nuashing was the reincarnation of a heavenly pulse master. He could only stare helplessly at this mystic technique. No, in the ring that Xian Yin gave me. After staring helplessly for a while, Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of the 2 rings. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he was slightly delighted. He remembered that when he was wandering around in the ring out of boredom, he found a lump of crystal in a corner. The whole thing was colored glazed. The gradual change of the 7 colors made him pay extra attention. It seemed like that was a glazed divine crystal. It's all thanks to Xian Yin. This heavenly god glaze is really something else. She's cultivating a secret technique, yet she still needs glazed godly crystals. Yun Nuashing smiled, then shook his head. When other heavenly gods obtained 12th level materials, they would use them to forge eternal divine weapons or even godhead weapons. This heavenly god glaze, however, directly used them to refine her body, as if she didn't care about weapons at all. Now that I think about it, that glazed pagoda seems to be made of glazed divine crystal too. Suddenly thinking of Qing Feng's glazed pagoda, Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. Then he smiled evilly and had an idea in his mind. He didn't have any ideas about the glazed pagoda. No matter what, Qing Feng had helped him before. It didn't seem good to dig out other people's secrets. Yun Nuashing was thinking of another problem. Since Qing Feng was able to get the glazed pagoda, she must have dug it out from somewhere. Maybe that place was another place of the glazed divine crystal, or even the tomb of the glazed divine crystal. If it was the place where the glazed divine crystal died, there might be a glazed divine crystal left behind. Cultivating this glazed treasured mirror required a lot of glazed divine crystal. Even though Xian Yin left some for him, it was probably not enough. He had to make some preparations for his future cultivation. Yun Nuashing was very envious of this glazed treasured mirror. Not to mention the front part, just the sentence of being able to condense and break through the secret technique made him very excited. But the fact that it didn't have a grade made him a little surprised. Generally speaking, the power of a cultivation technique and secret technique depended on the grade of the technique. This secret technique didn't even have a grade, so he really couldn't tell how strong it was. Since it was left behind by the glazed divine crystal, it shouldn't be too bad. Yun Nuashing thought so. Moreover, when he was reading it just now, he fainted from the impact of the information flow. At least it wouldn't be any weaker than the Yen Mo burning the heavens and spirit absorption skill. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing suddenly wanted to vomit blood. The burning soul incantation gathered the 3 major cultivation techniques together. Then, when cultivating it, it would be even more abnormal. Any vast energy that entered the body would be pinched by the 3 strongest cultivation techniques until it was as thin as a strand of hair. Then the speed of cultivation in the future. This is the first time I feel that the burning soul incantation is also a scam. Thinking of this scene, Yun Nuashing's face turned black. Although the burning soul incantation could make up for its shortcomings from other cultivation techniques and mystic techniques to perfect itself, this was equivalent to having 3 or 4 cultivation techniques circulating in the body. The energy required to advance in the future would be an astronomical figure. Moreover, the Burning Soul incantation was divided into 3 stages, not to mention the other 3. After checking the information somewhat gloomily, Yun Nuashing was slightly taken aback. In this flood of information, he did see the cultivation technique, but it was only the first stage of the glazed treasured mirror. As for the rest, there was only the name and no cultivation technique. Even the zero-time realm was only half of the introduction. Incomplete, incomplete. Yun Nuashing immediately thought of this possibility, and his gloomy expression deepened. It wasn't easy to obtain it, but it was incomplete. Could it still be inside? Suddenly looking at the lotus tree emblem in his palm, Yun Nuashing's spirit shook slightly. The emblem just now burned for a long time and didn't melt. Moreover, there was an unusually dense spiritual energy within it. Yun Nuashing tried a few times, using his soul, mind, elements, and the power of the stars, but he still couldn't break it. He could only give up helplessly. Seems like I'm not strong enough to open it. Yun Nuashing sighed and could only suppress his desire to learn it directly. However, he couldn't learn it now even if he obtained it. After all, he hadn't even stepped into the first stage. What was the use of seeing the second stage of the cultivation technique? Looking at the 2 rings on his left hand, Yun Nuashing looked at the silver-white rings. Suddenly, a beautiful silver-white figure appeared in his mind. Every frown and smile of the young girl was vivid in his mind, making him miss her very much. Little girl, he smiled helplessly and looked at the 2 rings. In the purple-red ring, there were some cultivation techniques, secret techniques, arrays, charms, and other things. Although he hadn't learned them before, he had taken a cursory look and discovered that there were actually saint-level cultivation techniques and mystic techniques inside. The lowest level was immortal level, and there were even peerless level ones. However, there were fewer of them. It seemed that Yun Nuashing hadn't been able to collect too many of these highest-level cultivation techniques. However, when Yun Nuashing saw it for the first time, his jaw dropped. This peerless level cultivation technique, he had never seen it anywhere else in the outside world. He hadn't even heard of any cultivation techniques or secret techniques of this level appearing in the outside world. However, there were more than 10 scrolls in his hand. He suddenly felt that this ring was too heavy, as if a star was pressing down on his finger. It was so heavy that his finger was about to break. The other silver-white ring, on the other hand, was filled with a pile of elixirs and materials. The level of these items was also so high that it was suffocating. His mind entered the silver-white ring, and Yun Nuashing slowly searched for a while. Then he opened his eyes and touched it gently with his finger. A gradually changing rainbow light suddenly bloomed from the ring. Then, a crystal the size of a wash basin appeared in front of him, causing his face to twitch. Such a big piece. Let me see. SSS, the weight should be just right. It should be able to reach the first level. I bought a watch last year. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and then cursed loudly. This wash basin-sized piece was just enough to enter the first level of normal cultivation. This is a cultivation technique for the rich. Appraisal complete. Yun Nuashing ground his teeth. Suddenly, he felt his teeth itch and wanted to bite something. So be it. For the sake of my cultivation path, this can't be helped. Yun Nuashing muttered with a bitter face. However, his heart was bleeding. His heart ached for having to refine such a big piece of colored glass divine crystal in one go. First, use the origin energy and a powerful flame to refine and temper the colored glass divine crystal. Yun Nuashing smiled after he finished reading. What kind of flame was stronger than a divine flame? The surrounding light purple sea of fire was attracted and surged toward the wash basin-sized colored glass divine crystal in front of Yun Nuashing. Colored glass energy also surged out of his body and entered the flames to refine the colored glass divine crystal together. Chapter 3:57. When Yun Nuashing woke up, he found himself lying on a bed. In such a large room, there was not a single person in sight. He was a little surprised and then laughed bitterly. Since when did he care so much about whether there was anyone beside him? He tossed and turned comfortably on the soft bed for a while, twisting his body in an intoxicated manner until the bed was wrinkled. Only then did he stop. He was still refining the glazed divine crystal in his spiritual world. Even with the purple night flame, it was impossible to refine it all at once. It was difficult to refine a 12th level divine object. He wouldn't be surprised even if it took a few years. Unless his strength reached the demigod rank, the refining speed would be faster. Other than that, he could only take it slowly, hugging the soft blanket and rolling from one end of the bed to the other. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little tired from running around during this period. He had never been so busy before. After coming out of the Tana's water god temple, he came to Lihuan City after resting for half a month. Then he ran around in the underground palace for a whole month, which surprised him a little. During that time, he didn't see the night. He didn't expect that it had already been a month. Creak! Just as Yun Nuashing was happily rolling on the bed, the door was suddenly pushed open gently. Then a tall and beautiful figure walked in quietly, drawing a slender shadow in the sunlight. The girl who pushed open the door gently closed the door. Seeing the messy bed and Yun Nuashing, who was entangled with the quilt a few times, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. Then it turned into surprise, and finally it turned into a little smile. Little Star's sleeping posture is so cute. The person who came was naturally Xian. Seeing that Yun Nuashing still had his eyes closed, she couldn't help but chuckle. She walked lightly to the bedside and sat down gently. Her jade-like hand rested on her cheek, and she stared at the handsome face without blinking. The corners of her mouth curled up at an angle that made people drool. "Little Star," Xian called out softly. She waited for a while, and after confirming that he didn't seem to show any signs of waking up, the smile on her red lips grew even longer. She placed her jade-like hands on Yun Nuashing's handsome face and gently stroked it. Her jade-like fingers lightly brushed past his forehead, eyes, nose, and lips. She was careful and meticulous, as if she was examining a work of art. In the end, she couldn't help but poke his face. Xian pursed her red lips and hesitated for a moment. She brushed her long hair away from her forehead and slowly bent down. Her red lips were like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water as she lightly kissed Yun Nuashing on the lips. Ever since that day, she would occasionally give Yun Nuashing a sneak attack, which made him feel helpless and at a loss. He never thought that this girl would be so bold. "Little lazy bum!" Xian gently smiled and gently sat up. She took out a book and quietly read it. Half an hour later, Xian saw that Yun Nuashing still hadn't woken up. She couldn't help but shake her head and poke his cheek with her jade-like fingers. She couldn't bear to wake him up, so she quietly left the room. The room was silent for a long time. Suddenly, a majestic and obscure soul energy reverberated and surged towards the door. After sensing it for a while, Yun Nuashing, who was lying on the bed, suddenly blushed. He opened his eyes in embarrassment, and his light purple eyes turned red. This girl, this little girl. Thinking back to the scene just now, Yun Nuashing was so embarrassed that he wanted to bury his head in the blankets. He gently stroked his lips with his fingers. The touch of softness from just now seemed to still be there, and a faint fragrance left behind. This girl is getting bolder and bolder. Yun Nuashing bitterly laughed. His chest was beating like a drum. It was so restless that it was difficult to calm down. "Ah!" Yun Nuashing shouted in embarrassment and anger. He hugged the blankets and rolled around on the bed. His legs kicked wildly, and he even kicked a pillow. The bed was almost indescribably messy. The sheets and blankets were tangled around his body, and he was tied up. "Ugh, I can't untie it." After getting tired from rolling, Yun Nuashing sighed. When he wanted to get up, he realized that his hands and feet were tied. Ah! Yun Nuashing finally understood what it meant to be tied up in a cocoon. Right now, he was completely tied up in a ball. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a big fat worm that had spun silk and turned into a cocoon. Zai, save me, you asked for it. This big fat cocoon looks pretty good. Keep it up. Zai seemed to have just woken up. He glanced at the current situation and fell asleep again. I'm crying. After struggling for a long time, Yun Nuashing realized that he was sweating all over in vain. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but Zai didn't help him. Brother Nuashing, call me and I'll untie you. At this time, Lan Xan suddenly appeared. She lay on the bed and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was sweating profusely, and teased him. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He looked at Lan Xan's bright blue eyes, which contained a smile. His face twitched, but he turned his head away and laughed dryly. I can untie it myself. Then you won't be so busy and sweating. Lan Xan smiled as she looked at him, who was struggling in vain. Her legs kept moving up and down behind him. She rested her chin on her jade-like hand and smiled like a flower. Ugh, I'm about to untie it. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was a little embarrassed. He quickly kicked his legs and tried to get away. In the end, he was tied even deeper. He didn't know why there was a knot inside. After a long while, Yun Nuashing stopped struggling. He looked at Lan Xan, who was still smiling like a daffodil. His handsome face turned red, and he said, Xan, untie me. When Lan Xan heard this, her smile became even more charming. However, she said, Huh? Brother Nuashing, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Yun Nuashing was about to cry. He gritted his teeth and quickly moved closer to Lan Xan. He said sweetly, Xa. Hee. Lan Xan smiled knowingly. Then she slowly got up and peeled off the cocoon from the outside. Phew! Yun Nuashing climbed out of the blanket and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Lan Xan, who was smiling at him. He smiled and patted her head. Thank you, Xan. You can't just thank me. Lan Xan shook her head. Then she moved her beautiful face closer to Yun Nuashing. Her meaning was self-evident. Ahem. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. He rubbed her long hair and said, Let's go out and see where everyone has gone. Brother Nuashing favors one and discriminates against the other. You obviously kissed Little Ming and Little Z. We are all your sisters, but you only ignored me. When Lan Xan heard this, she pouted her lips and looked as if she had been wronged. However, her bright eyes stared at Yun Nuashing. Ahem. How old are you? Why are you still fighting with the two little girls? Yun Nuashing's handsome face turned red as he said weakly, No, you kiss me. I will tell you a piece of news. It is related to Kenzaki. Lan Xan shook her head. Then she hugged Yun Nuashing's arm and shook it. She said in a sweet voice, Brother. Yun Nuashing was so shocked that he had goosebumps all over his body. Then he smiled bitterly as he looked at Lan Xan's expectant eyes. He felt that he had really been defeated by these little girls. He didn't know what he had done in his previous life. Letting out a sigh, Yun Nuashing lowered his head and poked Lan Xan's beautiful face. Then he turned away his blushing face and said, Are you happy now? Yes. Lan Xan smiled sweetly. Then she ran her fingers through her hair and said with a smile, Heavenly Goddess Glaze is from the mythological era. Oh, Yun Nuashing, who was still unsettled, nodded sullenly. After a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He blinked and quickly turned his head. He stared at Lan Xan and said, What did you say? Heavenly Goddess Glaze is from the mythological era. Didn't Jin Jinwang and the others say that Heavenly Goddess Glaze was from the ancient era? It was 2 eras away from this era. It didn't seem like they were lying. Jin Jinwang and the others couldn't have tricked him. Although Yu Xiao had tricked him before, yes, celestial god Glaze is a person from the mythological era. Its rise is very strange. It's as if another person suddenly appeared. No one knew who Glaze was before, and no one even knew its gender. However, it transcended and became a celestial god overnight. On the day the Glaze divine god succeeded, 3 suns appeared in the sky. The color of Glaze illuminated more than half of the galaxy. A towering ancient tree growing on a lotus covered the entire divine realm. All the experts were alarmed. Although there were many divine realm experts at that time, the phenomenon of heaven and earth on the day of transcendence and ascension to godhood wasn't that great. Therefore, it was engraved in people's hearts and became one of the legends of that time. But after that, heavenly goddess Glaze went silent again. No one saw her. It was as if she had disappeared. When I saw Brother Nuashing's lotus tree emblem, I remembered this matter. I have seen this emblem before. The charm is exactly the same. I can't be wrong. So, I'll tell you about it, Lon Exan said. Yun Nuashing was stunned. After listening to Lon Exan she shivered. The lotus tree was the unique emblem of heavenly goddess Glaze. If someone had imitated it, it might be understandable. However, even the charm was the same. This was something that could not be imitated. In other words, the heavenly goddess Glaze that Lon Exan was talking about should be the same person as the heavenly goddess Glaze that Jin Jinwang and the others had talked about. However, the 2 titles were the same, yet there was a gap of more than an era between them. How could this be explained? No one could live for such a long time. Even the gods couldn't live for such a long time. Even the divine grade Xian crystals couldn't seal the fluctuations of the divine right of a divine god. As time passed, it would gradually be worn away. Then, how did divine god Glaze survive for more than 20 eras? Although I don't know the details, heavenly goddess Glaze did leave a stir in the mythological era. So, she is from the mythological era. However, I don't know how she survived until the ancient era. Lon Exan nodded affirmatively. Exan, do you know any other gods who have lived for more than an era? Yun Nuashing suddenly asked. Lon Exan frowned. After thinking for a while, she said, I don't know everything. When I was born, I was at the end of the mythological era. In the ancient books that I have read, I didn't see any gods who survived the beginning of the mythological era and reached the end of the mythological era. Most of the gods died in less than 10 eras. The longest one was 30 eras. That was the god who had survived the longest. Moreover, he had used all kinds of methods to prolong his life to live for more than 10 eras. Ordinary gods could only live for a few eras. What's the name of the deity that has lived for 30 eras? Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked. I don't know. Lon Exan sighed and shook her head. I see. Yun Nuashing nodded in disappointment. The mythological era was the era of the gods. Even in that era, no god could live for more than 30 eras. It was unlikely that there would be any in the current era. If Brother Nuashing wants to know more, you can look for a family. Seeing his disappointed look, Lon Exan winked at Mei Mao and suddenly smiled. When Yun Nuashing heard this, a name appeared in his mind. He blurted out, the Soul family? Yes, it is the family of the man that Brother Nuashing saw the other day. Exan once said that this family rose quietly during the mythological era. At that time, they were quite mysterious. Maybe they have passed down something. Lon Exan nodded and said. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. He sat on the bed and clenched his fists before loosening them. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He sighed and said with a smile, All right, I'll make a trip there when I have time. Chapter 358. A long time after Lon Shiner returned to the Sky Piercer and disappeared, Yun Nuashing was still sitting on the bed. His chin was resting on the back of his hands, and his slender eyebrows were tightly knitted. After a long time, he sighed, as he could not think of any clues. Slowly opening the treasure map, Yun Nuashing looked at his current location, and then he was stunned. His eyes swept back and forth around the red dot several times. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him in astonishment. He said to himself in a daze, "The divine flame is gone?" Originally, there should have been a light blue divine flame near the place he had seen. However, at this moment that area was empty. There was nothing, except for some threads that crossed the area. Has it been subdued? Yun Nuashing frowned as he thought of this possibility. Then he looked back at the Taiyuan territory. After finding Red Star City, he looked to the right. The place where the purple night flame was originally marked. The light purple flame mark had also disappeared. Only then did he realize that the mark on the map would automatically erase once it was subdued. TSK, that is to say, there are dozens of divine objects in this world waiting to be subdued. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the flames and lightning arranged on the map. Stars appeared in his eyes. Since the marks on the map would disappear after they were subdued, then the marks that were still on the map had not been subdued, and were still there. Sigh, what a pity! However, when he thought of the light blue divine flame that had brushed past him, Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. Originally, he wanted to subdue the light blue divine flame on the way out of the underground palace. However, when he came out, it was already gone. It seemed that someone had discovered its trace early, and then took advantage of the group of people to subdue it in the underground palace. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Obtaining the inheritance of the divine glazed god is also a kind of blessing. I should be content. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands and sighed helplessly. The divine flame and the inheritance of the god of heaven were both extremely precious items. It was hard to say which of the two was more valuable, but one thing was for sure. Obtaining one was already being favored by the god of heaven. If he wanted to obtain both at once, he was a little greedy. Casually putting the treasure map aside, Yun Nuashing took out the star map. The octagonal altar was still very dim. Although she had retrieved 2 fragments, it was obviously not completely repaired. The core of the altar was still dim. Compared to when she first obtained it, it was indeed brighter. Unfortunately, it was still the light of a firefly. The array inside was too damaged, and it was difficult to activate. Hey, star map, where are your fragments? If you can tell me, just tell me so I don't have to run all over the world, Yun Nuashing said mysteriously as she hugged the altar. Buzz. Just as she finished speaking, spots of light suddenly lit up on the altar. 8 small balls of light suddenly appeared at the tips of the 8 long horns. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She hurriedly looked over, not knowing what had happened. As soon as the 8 balls of light appeared, they left the tips and gathered at the center. A moment later, they turned into a ray of light and shot into the treasure map that was placed aside. Buzz. A slight buzzing sound came from the treasure map. Then Yun Nuashing was surprised to see that some similar markings gradually appeared in some of the blank areas on the map. The markings were in the shape of small altars. They were completely a miniature version of the star map. They were scattered from the Taiyuan domain to the Kuin Yuan domain, and even the Divine Prefecture and the Northern and Southern Ice Realms. The largest part of the Divine Prefecture had more than a dozen markings. Could this be the location of the fragments of the star map? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and muttered. Thinking of this possibility, she was slightly happy. If that was the case, it would save her a lot of time. However, when she finished looking at the locations of the fragments, her smiling face suddenly froze. Her eyes widened. They are distributed in all 7 major domains, and they are not concentrated, and some fragments are actually in the restricted area. After Yun Nuashing finished looking, she resisted the urge to curse. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. So what if they are in the restricted area? It's not like I haven't been there before. Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only comfort him like this. However, in general, letting him know where the fragments of the star map were could save him a lot of time. although there were some places that he did not want to go. For the sake of this magical item, he could only hold his breath. After all, Xianin had told him about the use of the star map. It could be used to teleport at will. Even if he was not proficient in coordinates, it would not be a problem. As long as the star map was spread out, he would be able to teleport there. Are you very confused? Ziye's voice quietly rang out in her heart, causing Yin Nuoxing to be slightly stunned. Before she could regain her senses, a ball of light purple flames rose from her hand. Then, it formed the shape of a person. The flames gradually dissipated, and an exquisite oval face appeared. Her light purple hair gently fell on the bed and curled up. Her slender body was straight and flexible, and her purple clothes outlined a few moving curves. On her indifferent face, a pair of light purple eyes looked at Yun Nuoxing. Why do you say that? Yun Nuoxing finally reacted. She looked at her and asked, It's just a feeling. Yi shook his head. Mei Mao stared straight at that handsome face and said, I just feel that you seem to be very tired. Although you're always running around, I can feel that you're a little lost. You don't know how to move forward, right? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She stared at that pair of charming eyes, and an inexplicable light flowed in her eyes. After a long time, she shifted her gaze to the side. She sighed and nodded. What could she hide from this roundworm in his stomach? What he thought was the same as what she knew. He indeed felt a little lost and did not know how to move forward. Opening her arms, she fell straight onto the bed. Sighing, Yun Nuoxing said softly, Yes. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to move forward. I keep feeling tired and don't know what to do. Although I've said before that I'm going to find the ruins of the gods to understand my origins, where can I find it? How can I find it? The mythological era has disappeared without a trace. It has been worn away by the passage of time. There won't be many things left. Even if I can find 1 or 2 places now, what should I do in the end? I haven't found anything related to myself. Yun Nuoxing sighed again. There was a deep sense of fatigue in her voice. Ziyi turned around. Her slender legs were curled up, and she rested her chin on her knees. Tilting her head, she looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked, Why are you so conflicted? Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at her in confusion. What can't you let go of in your heart? Z said softly, Although I know that you're a very conflicted person, I've never seen you so conflicted. What can I let go of? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she said, It should be Xianin. She said that I used to, but so you can't wait to understand your past, right? Z asked. Plus, what I saw at the reincarnation lake, so. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She laughed bitterly and said, self-deprecatingly, Have I gone mad? Z, you didn't say anything when she heard that. Her bright eyes looked ahead, quietly. Yun Nuoxing didn't say anything when she saw her like this. She just stared blankly at the ceiling. After a long time, Z sighed softly and said, Little star, didn't you say that you don't care what happened in the past? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She nodded and said, I think I did say that. Then why are you conflicted now? Sigh. Yun Nuoxing's mouth was gagged. She was stunned for a moment before she smiled bitterly and said, It's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to actually do it. I can't ignore what happened in the past. It feels like something is missing in my heart, like I've forgotten something. I can't help but feel very uncomfortable. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Her eyes were filled with a sense of vicissitudes. It was as if the person lying here wasn't a young man in his 20s, but an old man who had already seen through the world. He lacked the vitality of a young man. In reality, he didn't know what he was searching for. He just wanted to search, subconsciously. He wanted to know, to understand, and to search. He couldn't explain why, but there was a kind of will, a kind of thought that told him that he needed to search. Although it wasn't very urgent, it was magnified a lot by himself. Do you still remember what Xianin said? Ziyi asked calmly. Mei Mao glanced at him. What did she say? Yun Nuashing blinked and was a little confused. Only when you have complete power will you be able to uncover everything that has been sealed for so long. Zai rolled her eyes at him. She didn't think that he would forget this sentence so quickly. Of course I remember this. Yun Nuashing nodded. He remembered many things that Xianin said to him, but he didn't know which sentence Ziyi was referring to. Then what are you conflicted about? Just focus on improving your strength. Ziyi rolled her eyes and said reproachfully, but Yun Nuashing was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he realized that he couldn't open his mouth. He felt that it wouldn't be good no matter what he said. Ziyi sighed and lay down. Her jade-like finger flicked Yun Nuashing's forehead and said, You always think too much. That's why you're so tired. You don't have to be like this. It's not a bad choice to sit down quietly and cultivate. As a divine physique of spiritual reception, you just have to cultivate until you reach the great accomplishment stage. As for other things, you can do them after you reach the great accomplishment stage. Yun Nuashing wanted to say something, but Ziyi beat him to it. Moreover, you said yourself that this life is this life. Why do you have to be so conflicted about your previous life and the forgotten past? Since you've already forgotten it, why do you still have to be conflicted? You said yourself that the past isn't as important as the present, right? Yun Nuashing was speechless. This was what he said to Yuyin. He didn't expect her to pay attention to this sentence. Since you think so, why don't you treat this as a new life? Walk your cultivation path properly. There's so many beautiful women around you. Take your wife to the forbidden area and repair the 5 elements body. After the 2 of you reach the great accomplishment stage, tear down the Qi family and the sacred weapon shrine. Then, take a group of young wives to get married and have a house full of children and grandchildren. Isn't it fine to be an ordinary cultivator? Ziyi sighed. After Yun Nuashing heard this, her face twitched. She felt that there were too many things to complain about in the sentence. She didn't know where to start. Didn't you say that a divine physique of spiritual reception wouldn't be peaceful in its life? How can it be ordinary? Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As a divine physique of spiritual reception, she had to have the awareness to fight all the way. She forgot where she heard this sentence from. Since it wouldn't be peaceful, how could it be ordinary? That's what I meant, Ziyi said angrily. In other words, you think that I should get rid of the path of pursuing the mythological era? Yun Nuashing asked. No, pursue it all the way, but don't do it deliberately. If you can find it, then do it. If you can't find it, then forget it. You should focus on cultivation now. Xianin also said that once you are strong enough, she will tell you everything you want to know. Then just focus on cultivating, understand? Ziyi said as he poked Yun Nuashing's head. Okay, I understand. I won't pursue it deliberately. Yun Nuashing nodded with a bitter smile. In a huge palace in the south of the Divine Prefecture, there was a chilling and terrifying energy faintly permeating the air. The fluctuations made the surrounding space tremble. Qi. Suddenly, figures appeared in the huge palace. Then, the space shattered and several figures walked out. They stood quietly in the sky, but the space was under great pressure. There was a strong and cold aura quietly permeating the air. Second brother. One of the figures standing in the sky walked out and said respectfully. Judging by his appearance, it was Qiyu, whose hand had been cut off by Yun Nuashing. However, judging by his appearance, he seemed to have completely recovered. When this voice rang out, the space slowly distorted. A moment later, a white figure slowly appeared, and an indifferent voice rang out. The spiritual divine body is still in Lihuan City. Yes, when the arrest warrant was issued, someone provided us with the information. We also went to check. It is indeed still there. It has not left. Chiyu nodded and said, Okay, let's go. The white figure nodded gently. Then, with a shake of his body, he disappeared as if he had never appeared. When the white figure disappeared, Chiyu and the few people beside him raised their heads and looked at the northern sky. They all sneered. The battle for the spiritual divine body will be started by the Chi family. Chapter 359. Yun Nuoxing's hand inadvertently touched the jade pendant tied to her waist. She paused for a moment before gently taking it off. She held it in her hand and gently stroked it. Yun Nuoxing let out a light breath and could not help but smile. After that girl gave this to you, you've always hung it around your waist. You haven't even touched it. I thought you didn't care about it at all or had forgotten about it, but now you remember? Seeing this, Zai could not help but snort. What nonsense are you spouting? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Some golden light appeared on her finger and poured into the jade pendant, as if she was refining it. After doing this, she said, I cherish it. What's the use of thinking about someone when you see something? That girl is right beside you, yet you don't want her. You just have to look at a jade pendant. Can't you just accept her? Zai rolled her eyes and continued to snort. Yun Nuoxing looked at her with hidden bitterness, and then pulled her over, moving his claws like the wind. He rubbed her soft long hair into a mess, and said, You little roundworm in my stomach, shouldn't you know what I'm thinking? Zai muttered as she gently pushed Yun Nuoxing away. After tidying up her hair, she rolled her eyes at him and said, Of course I know what you're thinking. Aren't I just trying to persuade you? When will I be able to hold a baby if you keep going like this? Zai sighed. Of course she knew. She knew even better than he did. This guy's feelings were like a block of ice that was difficult to melt. He seemed to be very close to others, but no one could touch that part of his heart. Zai actually felt a bit of sympathy for Xian. Of all the people she liked, she just had to like this strange guy. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He really could not understand why Zai wanted to put him together with Xian. This was also a huge question mark in his heart. Yun Nuoxing looked at the blanket to the side, then looked at Zai, who was lying on the bed and playing with her long hair in boredom. She suddenly smiled strangely and grabbed the blanket over. What? You still want to sleep? You've already slept for 3 days. You still want to sleep? Ziyi saw him grab the blanket and thought that he was going to sleep again. She couldn't help but rebuke, Go out first. Jin Wang and the others seemed to be looking for you. Oh, I'll go out in a bit. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Wait. Violet Knight was taken aback. She turned her gaze over in confusion, only to see a flash of white suddenly cover her. It was so fast that she couldn't react in time. Stinky girl. Yun Nuoxing laughed sinisterly and pounced on Ziyi like a hungry wolf. She grabbed the blanket and covered Ziyi's body with it. Then she pushed Ziyi's delicate body and made her roll on the bed, rolling the blanket up like a spring roll. Little star. Violet Knight was pushed and rolled a few times like a gourd. Her hands and feet were tied up. When her vision returned to normal, she saw Yun Nuoxing looking at her with a sinister smile. Her body was wrapped in a few layers of blankets. She was stunned and asked, What are you doing? Rolling a spring roll. Yun Nuoxing laughed and pulled the blanket over. She wrapped it around Ziyi and rolled her up a few times. In just a few seconds, a big, fat spring roll appeared on the bed. Ziyi was trapped in it and couldn't move. Yun Nuoxing put a pillow behind her. Yun Nuoxing jumped off the bed and clapped her hands casually, fixing Ziyi's body in place so that she couldn't turn into flames. She snorted softly. Humph, you didn't save me just now. Ziyi looked at her resentfully. She struggled for a while and gave up. Hurry up and untie me. Humph. I'll let you out after I'm done talking. In the meantime, you'll warm my bed. Yun Nuoxing smiled and walked to the door. Just as he was about to open the door and walk out, he was stunned. He couldn't bear to look at Ziyi. When Ziyi saw this, she turned Mei Mao around. Then she put on a pitiful look and looked at Yun Nuoxing with watery eyes. She imitated Xian Yin's tone and said, "Brother, Yi was wrong. Let me go." Yun Nuoxing shuddered and rolled his eyes. How could he not see that Ziyi was pretending to be pitiful? He hesitated for a while, sighed, and walked back to the bed. He opened the spring roll quickly and said helplessly, "I'm not playing any more." Ziyi giggled. As soon as she was free, she wrapped her soft arms around Yun Nuoxing's neck and gave him a big hug. Then she kissed him on the forehead and turned back into flames and burrowed into his body. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and strode out of the room. After walking out of the room, Yun Nuoxing realized that they seemed to have moved to another place. They were in a courtyard and were no longer in the restaurant. He didn't know who moved him here. Before he walked into the hall, he saw Jin Wang and the others sitting at the table. He could feel a murderous atmosphere from afar. The group of juniors hid far away, and all of them shrunk their necks. Yun Nuoxing stopped in his tracks in surprise. He took a deep breath and walked in slowly. "What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so serious?" When everyone heard his voice, they turned their gazes. Then they saw Yun Nuoxing walking in slowly. His expression was much more serious. The latter felt that he had come at the wrong time. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that there would be a storm coming. Alas! Jin Wang sighed and picked up a piece of paper from the table. He waved his hand and threw it to Yun Nuoxing. He shook his head helplessly and said, "See for yourself." Yun Nuoxing stepped forward in confusion and caught the paper. Then he straightened it. Just as he was about to read it, he saw Ziyin and the others crowding around and craning their necks. Just now, they were intimidated by Jin Wang and the others and didn't see it. Now that it fell into Yun Nuoxing's hands, they naturally gathered around curiously. Na Ling godly body bullied others and committed all kinds of crimes. He killed geniuses, was as bloodthirsty as a demon, and devoured the origin. He is utterly heartless. We hereby issue a kill order. This person's blood will be used as a sacrifice for the departed souls of the heroes. The Qi family, Sacred Weapon Shrine, Qinghai Palace, One Yuan Hall, Palace of First Dawn, Seven Stars Hall, Constellations Palace, and Astral Pavilion have jointly issued a reward. 50 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals for information. If captured alive, the reward is 10,000 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. When Yun Nuoxing finished reading the kill order, he suddenly felt that time and space had stopped. Even the group of people around him were petrified. They all widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. Time and space froze for a moment, and Yun Nuoxing suddenly reacted. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He suddenly tore the kill order in his hand into a pile of pieces, then threw it on the ground and roared, "F***CK! What the hell is this? Bloodthirsty as a demon. How the hell am I bloodthirsty? And devoured the origin. Killed geniuses? I haven't even fought with anyone from the younger generation, have I?" Yun Nuoxing roared angrily. From the looks of it, he seemed to be on the verge of going berserk at any moment. A pile of divine artifacts appeared due to the fluctuation of his state of mind. A violent energy swept through the entire hall, giving everyone a fright. Ahem! Jin Wang coughed dryly. He knocked on the table and said, "Calm down. This matter is neither long nor short. Anyway, it has nothing to do with you. This groundless accusation is too ridiculous." "What?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He calmed down and frowned. He said, "It has nothing to do with me? Then this so-called order to kill. Sai, it's like this." Jin Wang sighed and explained slowly. "In the glazed divine earth palace, someone followed our footsteps and walked out successfully. However, it's more appropriate to say that they escaped. Because when we were in the Juchong Hall, an evil spirit appeared out of nowhere and killed many young experts. He didn't even spare their flesh and blood. The origin of the practitioners was also devoured. I heard that the divine son from the Qinghai Palace, He Jiao, and a few other divine sons were forced to join forces and barely escaped. There aren't many young people with such strength nowadays. Huh. Even if that's the case, it has nothing to do with me, right? We were the first batch to walk out. What does it have to do with me? Yun Nuashing exploded. Even the little phoenix on top of his head was shocked. Listen to me first. Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes and said, It's true that we were the first to come out. However, most of the people who witnessed it were already dead. Moreover, it said that the evil spirit was wrapped in golden light, and there was even a bit of star energy gushing out. Although we all know that it has nothing to do with you, these two conditions are very disadvantageous for us. Moreover, we tried to explain, but the other major forces pretended that they didn't hear a thing. Even the 9 divine temples were affected. The beautiful woman sighed. She looked a little helpless. The 8 major forces were attacking the 9 divine temples at the same time. Under the situation where the temple master and the others didn't show up, it was difficult for them to solve the problem by themselves. After all, the 8 forces were not weaker than the 9 divine temples. In comparison, they were evenly matched. Golden light, star energy. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched a few times. Wasn't this the origin energy of the spiritual divine body and the energy in his body? However, after a while he roared again. Damn it, isn't it just the color of energy? Golden light, anyone with the metal element will have it. As for the star energy, don't the people of the 12 star palaces cultivate the star energy? Why don't they say that there's an evil spirit among them and push the blame to me? The problem is there's no one with the metal element in the 12 star palaces who went that day. The beautiful woman sighed and said, Also, it is said that after we went in, the door of the underground palace was completely closed. That is to say, it can't be someone who went in later. A yen% and *% yen. Yun Nuashing went completely berserk and roared. Is this a reason to put the blame on me? I think they are here for Ling Hongjian, right? None of them are good people. Damn it, they might as well blow up the entire divine prefecture with a whirling zither. Don't, calm down, calm down. When everyone heard this, they turned pale with fright and quickly tried to persuade him. They were really afraid that this naive little star would use the eternal divine weapon to destroy the entire divine prefecture. Qing Feng, how's your deduction going? Jin Jinwang sighed and turned to look at Qing Feng and asked, It's useless. There's something on that person that's blocking the divine secret. If you want to make a deduction, you can only get a divine secret master to do it, and a high-level one at that. At least a divine secret master of the highest level. Qing Feng sighed. Ah. Yun Nuashing's voice suddenly calmed down, which surprised everyone. They quickly turned to look at him, only to see a dark smile on his face. They immediately shuddered. How powerful is the explosion of an eternal divine weapon? It's equivalent to the full blow of a god, right? I wonder what will happen if we throw the lunar platform into the Qi family and blow it up. Yun Nuashing smiled foolishly, and his forehead darkened. Everyone was so scared that their clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Anyway, as long as the spiritual body is not destroyed, the divine weapon attached to it will not be destroyed. If that's the case, just take the divine weapon and blow it up. Ling Hongjian, since they want it so much, just send it to him. Haha, the power of a divine weapon is even greater than that of an eternal divine weapon. Will the realm of the gods be blown up? Yun Nuashing giggled, and his white teeth made everyone's heart turn cold. At this moment, everyone finally understood that this calm guy would become abnormally crazy once he went berserk. After all, looking at his expression, he did not seem to be joking at all. Little star, calm down. Xian quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand and said softly, Me, I'm very calm. I'm very calm. I'm so calm that I think it's a good choice to use the Scarlet Cross as a firework. Yun Nuashing smiled. The more he spoke, the colder everyone felt. Since the Qi family wants it, I'll give it to him. Since the Qi family wants the Linghong sword so badly, I'll just give it to them. He he he. I'll also give them 2 eternal weapons. He he. That quasi-eternal weapon is also a good thing. He he he. I believe they'll like dozens of divine weapons. He he he. I'll also give them a song as the interest for depositing. He he he. Yun Nuashing laughed strangely. It's over. This kid is crazy. The Qi family is going crazy too. Everyone smiled bitterly. However, now was not the time to care about the Qi family. They had to find a way to appease this idiot. Chapter 360. Yun Nuashing sighed and wiped away the cold water dripping from his bangs. He took the towel from Zian and wiped his face. Then he took the cup from Yuan Qian, drank some water, took a deep breath, and spat it out. Have you calmed down? The beautiful woman touched his wet head and smiled softly. Have you gone crazy? The Water God King raised his eyebrows and asked, You're not going to blow up the eternal weapon, right? Jin Jinwang asked, holding a small golden array in his hand. You're not going to play the zither, right? Hui Zhu also unfolded a small red array in her hand, as if she was facing a great enemy. You're not going to blow up half of the area, right? Lei Tian crossed his arms and asked with 2 arrays floating in front of him, Can we leave the lunar platform behind? Qin Feng asked, holding the lapis lazuli pagoda in the air. You're not going to set off fireworks, right? Everyone asked in unison. Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at the chains circling around his body. Then he looked up at the lapis lazuli pagoda hanging above his head and saw the dozens of arrays operating under his feet, making him unable to move. He smiled bitterly and said, It seems that there is no other choice. No, everyone said in unison and shook their heads. Okay, then I'm not going to blow it up. Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. If he took out the Netherworld Ruins sword, these things would not be able to control him. He knew that everyone wanted him to calm down, so he could only suppress those crazy thoughts. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and hesitated for a while. After all, once the restrictions were removed, Yun Nuashing, who had the purest light element, would not be able to capture him again. Okay, you can't restrain me. If I really wanted to go, I would have gone long ago. Blow up the eternal weapon? I cultivate the divine body of spiritual acceptance and still rely on the eternal weapon. Wouldn't it be a waste to blow it up? It's not easy to find an eternal weapon. Yun Nuashing sighed and smiled. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. They unlocked a bunch of restrictions, but did not completely remove them. They kept them in their hands so that they could use them at any time. You don't have to be so vigilant. If I say I'm not going, then I'm really not going. Yun Nuashing smiled and gathered all the water elements on her body before dissipating them in the air. She smiled and said, What we should do now is to find that evil spirit and clarify things for me. That's right. Everyone nodded. That's easy. We just need to find a seer. Yun Nuashing smiled. It's not that easy to find. Jin Jinwang smiled bitterly. If seers could be found so easily, they wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. Instead, they would have gone out to search for them. Does the 9 Deities Palace have any relationship with the Divination Pavilion? Yun Nuashing asked. The secret pavilion is very mysterious. No one knows where they are located. They will only show their faces occasionally. Not a single power would dare say that they know someone from the secret pavilion. Jin Jinwang said helplessly. No one even knew the location of the Divination Pavilion. It was a completely hidden power. It was difficult to find them, let alone know who they were. Only those who were fated would know 1 or 2 seers. Then, how did you get someone from the Divination Pavilion to find me? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She still remembered that the 9 Deities Palace had searched for them for a long time during the Taiyuan Goddess incident. Well, we used up all the divinations back then. There were only 3 divinations. 3 divinations to your location, and the result was... Jin Jinwang smiled awkwardly. Back then, they had the divination token, which allowed the divination pavilion to make 3 divinations. They had never used it. They had only used it 3 times when they were searching for Yun Nuashing. Sigh, if I had known, I would have become a seer myself. Yun Nuashing sighed when he heard that. He was a little disappointed by the news. The heaven-defying, ultimate God seemed to know him. If he could find the location of the divination pavilion, he might be able to get the old man to explain. Now he could only regret that he was not a seer. Otherwise, the problem would have been solved easily. Now, let's solve the problem at hand first. The Golden God King spread out his hands and said, "Right now, many forces are looking for you. Although this place won't be found for a while, you can't always hide here and not come out. I think someone has already calculated this place." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the entire manor tremble. Then a cold roar filled with endless killing intent resounded in the sky. Jin Jinwang, hand over the divine body of spiritual reception. Is the 9 deities' palace trying to shelter an evil spirit? Boom! The shout was heard, and Jin Jinwang's expression instantly changed. Everyone suddenly stood up and looked outside the manor with cold eyes. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Jin Jinwang took a deep breath and looked at the others with a solemn expression. He nodded and said, "The signal has been sent. The 9 deities' palace might be coming to support us soon." Why do I feel that you don't have any confidence at all? Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Aren't there too many uncertain words? Jin Jinwang laughed dryly and gave the Water God King a look. The latter nodded knowingly and stepped out slowly. The seal in his hand changed, and the space in the courtyard suddenly distorted. The barrier in the sky fluctuated and ripples spread out. The space shook for a moment, and after it stabilized, the situation outside clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hiss! When the crowd saw the scenery outside, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, the sky above Lihuan City was already surrounded by an overwhelming number of people. Cold frost permeated the entire city, and not far in the sky in front of them, nearly 100 figures stood in the void. Their cold eyes seemed to penetrate the boundary and saw the crowd. Chi Su, Chi Win, Chi Yu, Chi Sha for old acquaintances. At a glance, Yun Nuashing saw the few people at the front of the crowd. Immediately, his face darkened as he sneered. Only the people from the Qi family came. There are no other forces. Jin Jinwang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Do we have to evacuate?" Yun Nuashing asked. "Not for now. The 9 deities' palace is not to be bullied. If there is a problem, we will bring you back to the deities' palace. I want to see who dares to behave atrociously." Jin Jinwang said in a deep voice, and a sharp glint flashed in his golden eyes. "It's been a long time since I fought. It's not a bad choice to stretch my bones with my true strength." Lei Tian clenched his fists and sneered. "It's a little strange. The battle for the spiritual, godly physique seems to be too early. It shouldn't be so early. The previous battles only started when the spiritual, godly physique stepped into the initial deity level. The Qi family seems to be in a hurry." The beautiful woman frowned, not understanding the meaning of the Qi family's actions. "Little Star has too many divine weapons in his hands. He hasn't reached the level of the previous divine physiques, but his essence is almost there. Now he can almost sweep away all the gods at the divine underworld level. The Qi family can't sit still. This matter is just adding fuel to the fire. Even without the matter of the divine Glaze Earth Palace, it will only be delayed a little. Moreover, the Qi family's main purpose is probably to stir up the situation and make the world move." Jin Jinwang frowned and said, "All right. In short, the Qi family is asking for a beating. I haven't demolished a city in a long time." Yun Nuashing nodded and took out the Nether Void sword and Linghong Jian, which made everyone speechless. Every time he fought, he would tear down a city. First, it was the Divine Weapon City, then the Underworld Flame City, and then the divine Sky City. He was given the title of City Demolisher by the world. If he fought this time, there was an 80% chance that Li Huan City would be destroyed as well. You don't have to fight. Just wait at the side. If there's anything wrong. Jin Jinwang shook his head. Before he could finish a sentence, Yun Nuashing snatched it away. Then I'll play the zither directly and let them hear what the true roar of 10,000 daos is. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands indifferently. Everyone was speechless. They recalled that outside the Tana's water god palace, when the silver blue zither was played, the illusion of the Taotai directly died. They trembled in fear. It's a waste of talent. The beautiful woman knocked him on the head and said, "If there's something wrong, you guys should leave first. I'm afraid that someone will take the risk out of desperation. We're fine, they're very unyielding, but they won't dare to casually touch our 9 divine halls. We're an iron plate. Their temporary wooden bucket isn't that hard. Moreover, if something happens, the 9 hall masters will also come out." "All right, then I'll watch from the side." Yun Nuashing pouted and nodded sullenly. "Brother." Little purple soul tugged Yun Nuashing's arm worriedly and called out softly. Although she was still young and didn't know what was going on, she could feel that the atmosphere was not right. "It's okay. Brother will protect you." Yun Nuashing patted her head lovingly and smiled. "Chi-Yu is so troublesome. Let me give him a hand." Yun Nuashing frowned and looked at Chi-Yu. She then looked at Jin Jinwang and the others worriedly. Chi-Yu was an emperor of the Netherworld. He was 1 level higher than the Divine Kings. Even if they worked together, they couldn't resist him. The gap of 1 level was too big. The Divine Kings frowned. Apparently, they also thought of this problem. They didn't want Yun Nuashing to take action because the situation would be too complicated in a chaotic battle. Although they knew that this guy had a lot of trump cards, they were afraid that he didn't have enough battle experience. It would be fun if he was tricked. No matter how strong he was just an immortal, grade, cultivator. That's not appropriate. The Gold God King shook his head and refused. Hey, what's wrong with your eyes? Other than me, who can kill that old man?" Yun Nuashing put her hands on her waist and said, "Don't worry. The moment the enchantment is broken, I'll kill him with the light element. It's okay. Chi-Yu has already suffered once. I'm just afraid that he has some countermeasures to guard against your extreme speed." Jin Jinwang shook his head and said, "Then do you have any plans?" Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at Jin Jinwang. No. Jin Jinwang was startled, but admitted it honestly. "That's right. There's no other way. As for what kind of problems will arise, we'll talk about it when the problem arises." Yun Nuashing spread out his hands, and as soon as he finished speaking, light essence surged all over his body. Even half of his light purple hair turned into a dazzling golden color. One of his pupils also turned into a dazzling golden color, making him look very bewitching. Everyone was shocked. They knew that this was the result of her pushing the light element to the extreme. They had already seen it once. The light element enveloped his entire body, and a terrifying aura surged out of the Netherworld ruined sword. Its overwhelming battle intent was tinged with a hint of excitement, which shocked everyone. This sword already had its own emotions, and combined with the words it had spoken last time, they immediately had some guesses about what was going on. Could it be the most mysterious and terrifying sword on the divine weapon ranking? Divine sword record? It was born for destruction, has its own soul, and is said to be a different kind of life form, the Netherworld sword? Jin Jinwang murmured. Then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Yun Nuashing with a burning gaze. His soft words made everyone swallow their saliva. Yun Nuashing casually nodded his head, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Motherf asterisk her. He had 2 divine swords in his hands, and they were the first 2. Even if a god came, he would be able to kill them. I thought you knew? Yun Nuashing looked at everyone innocently and muttered. Everyone rolled their eyes. Chapter 361. Actually, I wanted to see what it would be like to unsheath the Netherworld ruin sword. Unfortunately, she wouldn't let me unsheath it. Yun Nuashing sighed and tightened her grip on the Netherworld ruin sword. She wouldn't unsheath it. Everyone was stunned and looked at Jin Jinwang. The latter was also stunned when he saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him. He waved his hand and said, "I don't know either. Are they waiting outside for us to come out?" Yun Nuashing looked at Chiyu and the others in shock. They were just standing in the sky and did not move after shouting a sentence. It seemed like they were not in a hurry to start fighting. They just stood there quietly and stared at the manor in the sky with thousands of pairs of eyes. They would be crazy if they dared to force us. Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes. The Qi family did not want to force Jin Jinwang and the others to do so. If they angered the 9 divine halls, they would have to bear the consequences no matter how powerful they were. Wait, don't be in a hurry. I feel a little strange. Jin Jinwang waved his hand and said to Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing blinked and looked at him. She then looked at the sky with her evil spirit eyes. After a while, she did not see anything different. Although she was a little confused, she still trusted Jin Jinwang and the others. She hesitated and suppressed the light element and put away the Netherworld ruined sword and Linghong sword. Jin Jinwang nodded at the Water God King when he saw this. The latter's hand seals changed and the boundary around the manor trembled and slowly disappeared. As the boundary disappeared, the sky darkened and the frost that covered the sky and the earth appeared in front of everyone at a close distance. Chiyu smiled coldly in the sky as he looked at the boundary that was gradually disappearing. His gaze pierced through space and looked at the black figure in the manor. His cold voice, which was filled with bone-chilling coldness, resounded in the sky. "Spirit receiving godly body, let's see where you can run to this time." Hearing Chiyu's creepy laughter, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and elbowed Jin Jinwang, which meant, "You said it was a little strange. What is strange? Hurry up and do it." Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes and his figure slowly floated out. Looking at the huge formation, he was afraid that many forces were already paying attention to this place. According to his guess, the Qi family should have already stirred up the situation. Could it be that they were really going to fight? "Old dog, your nonsense is still so pleasant to listen to. Have you ever thought of changing your voice? I want more people to listen to you." Yun Nuashing sat on the chair with one hand supporting her chin and her elbow resting on the stone table as she asked with a faint smile, "Your teeth are still so hard. I want to see if you can still talk so freely after I pull out all your teeth," Chiyu said coldly. Hearing this, Chiyu's face darkened and he said coldly. The gloominess in his eyes had already reached its peak. However, in the next moment, his eyes were like ice that had melted. He looked at Jin Jinwang indifferently and said, "Jin Jinwang, are you indiscriminately protecting an evil spirit who kills people like flies? This time, many young talents of the forces have died. It is a loss for the entire divine prefecture. I think that the wise 9 divine temple will make the right choice. Don't flatter me." Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. He twisted his neck and said, "I have already explained clearly enough. Little Nuashing came out with us. We are the first group to walk out of the underground palace. What happened later was definitely not done by him. Could you please explain why someone sensed the fluctuation of the origin of the divine body?" Chiyu smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, "TSK, I haven't even fought with the younger generation. How would they know what my origin power looks like? Isn't it just golden light? Could it be that all of those people were spiritual, godly bodies? How could it be that all of them were spiritual, godly bodies? Then you might as well look for them. They're definitely softer than me, so you don't have to break your teeth." Yun Nuashing sneered. Everyone blushed with shame. "Weren't you implying that if you bit him, you would break his teeth? That is indeed the origin energy of the spiritual divine body. I am within it and can clearly sense it." Chiwen took a step forward and said indifferently, Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Oh, then why were you unable to stop that evil spirit from committing such a crime when you were inside? Could it be that you were condoning such behavior?" Chi Yu said, "All the major forces have discussed it. This trip is for the young people to come out and gain experience. We can only protect them in secret and can't do anything. Even if something like this happened, Yun Nuashing didn't believe it. Even if Hao Yu dies in the battle, we won't intervene." Chi Yu said indifferently. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the city, silencing everyone. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She couldn't find any fault with Chi Yu's words. The inherited forces valued the cultivation of talents the most. The son of god of each force was the most outstanding immortal seedling. They were very precious. If one was broken, there might not be another one. However, Chi Yu had the courage to say such words. Chi Yu took a step forward and said sternly, "Since we have discussed it, we won't intervene. It is the glory of the Chi family's men if they die in the battle." "TSK, so you're allowed to attack me?" Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and sneered. "Chi Hao Yu is a human. Am I not a human? You're not allowed to attack them, but you're allowed to attack me by default? You're too murderous. You've devoured the origin of heroes too many times." Chi Yu said coldly, "Bah, I'm murderous. I devour the origin. Have you ever felt a strong, murderous aura from me, or the aura of other origins?" Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth and tried hard not to go berserk. The spiritual divine body devours the energy of all things and merges it into its own. Naturally, it won't sense the aura of other origins, Chi Yu said. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Indeed, all the energy devoured by the spiritual divine body would be absorbed into its own body and refined. Just like the power of the stars that it once absorbed, it would replace the original divine chi and become a purer energy. Although it had never tried to devour other people's origins, theoretically it might really be absorbed into its own energy instead of manifesting other people's aura. "What? You don't want to talk anymore? If you obediently bind your hands and feet and follow me back to the Chi family, maybe the master will be merciful and spare your life," Chi Yu said with a faint smile when he saw that Yun Nuashing had stopped talking. However, his words made everyone frown. "I'm afraid I won't be able to survive if I go back to the Chi family." Yun Nuashing clenched her fists and said lightly, "Then I'll have to kill you here." Chi Yu smiled faintly and nodded. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, and an extremely terrifying aura slowly emerged, causing the surrounding space to tremble. "Wait, let's go back to the topic. Mr. Chi Wen just said that he sensed the origin of the spiritual divine body in the underground palace, right? Are you telling the truth? Everyone knows that I have a grudge against the Chi family. How do you know if this is a trap set by you to take revenge on me?" Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said, "Moreover, there's no proof. You keep talking about the golden light, but you didn't see anything. Who knows if you've been talking nonsense for a long time? Hey, you're suspecting me." Chi Wen smiled faintly and didn't explain much. He took out a memory crystal and threw it into the sky. The image that was projected was seen by everyone. In the image, a figure was wrapped in black fog. 2 long swords were wantonly harvesting lives. Every 10 steps he took, he killed someone and swallowed all the corpses. In the black fog, a faint purple light could be seen. Then a golden light bloomed. More than a dozen weapons shot out from the black fog. Like lightning, they nailed those who were about to jump into the space tunnel to the ground. A silver-blue sword light that was almost 100 feet long covered the image. That sword light is a bit like Ling Hongjin's, but it's not so slow. Yun Nuashing muttered softly. Ling Hongjin's sword aura could not be seen at all. It was faster than the speed of light. Thinking of this, he sighed. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him. What was the point of arguing for so long? If the Chi family wanted to make a move, they could just list out the charges. Is it really done by the spiritual divine body? Those methods of dealing with the enemy are very similar. Ling Hongjian's sword light and so many divine weapons. That faint purple light, is it really him? At first, I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it. Is this person really so vicious? He should be punished by everyone in the world. After the image ended, there were many discussions in Lihuan City. At first, many people were still doubtful, but now many people believed it. This made Yun Nuoxing's reputation even worse. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing sighed heavily. His handsome face showed some fatigue. He looked at Qiyu and murmured softly, "What is the Qi family trying to do? Can't they just give me a quick death? I'm really tired. Why do they have to find trouble with me? I didn't do anything." Yuan Qian sighed and walked forward. She touched Yun Nuoxing's head and said, "Little boy, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. The Qi family is just a reflection of the sentence. The spiritual divine body is as bloodthirsty as a demon. It is the enemy of everyone in the world. All the practitioners in the world can suppress it. For the future of all the practitioners in the world, the Qi family is willing to be the pioneer." Qiyu smiled faintly and said slowly, "If you want a quick death, no problem. Just stretch out your neck and accept it. Haha, for the future of the whole world." Yun Nuoxing was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "Then what reason do you have that I won't kill you for my future?" The oppressive voice reverberated throughout the entire Lihuan city, causing the discussions to stop. This sentence was actually not wrong. Everyone had the right to choose their own future. There was no need to say that they had to die for anyone. The truth is right in front of you. Don't talk too much. Qiyu smiled faintly and still looked calm. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yun Nuoxing. "The truth is the truth. Truth my ass. How can you talk about a fabricated truth? If that's the truth, I'll just destroy it and nothing will happen." Yun Nuoxing finally couldn't take it anymore and roared furiously. Boom! As soon as Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, his figure appeared in the sky. Surging golden energy swept out, and at the same time, a light purple sea of fire surged out. Dozens of sacred weapons floated around him. The nether void sword emitted a bright purple-black light, and the Linghong sword in his left hand also buzzed softly. Before the two swords and all the sacred weapons moved, a great pressure fell on everyone's heads and enveloped the entire city. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Jin Jinwang, Qiyu, and the rest widened their eyes in shock. This was because they felt that they had lost connection with the power of space at this moment. Linghong's sword